on the water quality standard rulemakings. And then I'm going to talk about the current standards that we have in rule, the current class 3 and 4 standards, and then I'm going to give an overview of the MPCA's proposal. And I'm the person doing the presenting today, but I am this presentation and product is the result of many people's efforts, and I am just the face presenting today. So thanks for everyone that helped out with the rulemaking. Next slide. So what is a water quality standard? A water quality standard is the protective goal for a water body. Water quality standards apply in the water body. So they apply in the water of the state. And they are established by the state of Minnesota and subject to federal review. Next slide. So to get into more detail on water quality standards, I'm using this Venn diagram here. And so you can see that at the intersection of these three concepts of beneficial uses, criteria, and anti-degradation exists water quality standards. So all three of these concepts are critical in developing a water quality standard. So I'm going to start by describing what a beneficial use is. So that is the orange, pinkish circle. So a beneficial use is the goal that you are trying to protect the water for. So that could be you're trying to protect the water for aquatic life or irrigation or industrial consumption or human health. And then paired with the beneficial use is the criteria. So a criteria can be numeric. It can be a number, such as for the class 2B aquatic life chloride standard, it's less than 230 milligrams per liter, or it can be a narrative statement. For example, no acute toxicity. And both are appropriate when describing criteria. Another critical concept in water quality standards is anti-degradation. That is a part of the Clean Water Act and Minnesota rule that talks about how you ensure that existing water quality is protected. This rulemaking is not an anti-degradation rulemaking, and we are focusing on the two circles highlighted in red there, beneficial uses and criteria, and the way they interact and the way they are paired. Next slide, please. So when talking about water quality standards, it's important to understand that water quality standards only protect their beneficial use. So here I am using a road lane metaphor to describe how water quality standards are developed and how they protect water. So, for example, when protecting aquatic life, the aquatic life criteria only protect the aquatic life beneficial use. When developing irrigation criteria, the irrigation criteria only protect the irrigation beneficial use. And they don't mix and match. That's why I'm using those double white lines there, the do not cross lines. And the reason that I'm using those double white lines is because the science necessary to say protect aquatic life, to protect a trout, is very different than the science necessary to protect irrigation. A farmer irrigating corn needs a different type of science than aquatic life would. And you can't mix and match those sciences when developing water quality standards. I will also say that in Minnesota, a water can be protected by many beneficial use. So water can be protected for aquatic life and industrial consumption, irrigation, and livestock all at the same time. But when developing a specific criteria that protects a beneficial use, you need to consider only that beneficial use and not think about how these other standards interact with that beneficial use. Next slide. So this rulemaking contains both numeric and narrative standard criteria, and I want to describe them. So numeric and narrative criteria are equally protective. A narrative criteria is a statement defining the acceptable conditions in a water body. So it's a set of words that describe what we want the water to be. The narrative criteria are useful in case-by-case situations when a one-size-fits-all approach is not appropriate due to the variability of the protective needs of the water. Numeric criteria are what in the public imagination is more thought of, more comes to mind when thinking about water quality standards. Numeric criteria are the intersection of these three concepts here: magnitude, duration, and frequency. So a numeric criteria is not just a magnitude. It is not just less than 230 milligrams per liter in the case of chloride. It is actually combines these three factors. So the aquatic life chloride criteria is less than 230 milligrams per liter over a 4-day average duration, not to be exceeded with a frequency of once every 3 years. So criteria need all three of those parts defined. The last thing I'll say about them is that these two narrative and numeric criteria are equally protective, and they complement each other. Numeric criteria are an expression of the narrative goals of the water quality standard. And narrative and numeric criteria help protect narrative standards as well when developing water quality standards. Next slide. Another thing I want to mention as introducing water quality standards is the difference between limits and standards. Limits and standards are not the same thing. Limits protect standards. So limits apply in wastewater permit. A limit or an effluent limitation is a condition that describes the amount of pollutant a given wastewater plant can discharge. They apply in the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit. So an example might be a discharger shall discharge no more than 1 milligram per liter phosphorus. And limits are always calculated as a function of standards. They ensure that water quality standards are met in the stream. So limits are a function or a result of the standards, not the other way around. And standards apply in water bodies. Every limit decision the MPCA ever makes is subject to public comment during the issuance or reissuance of that wastewater permit. Every standard water quality standard change the MPCA makes is subject to comment during the rulemaking hearing like we are going through right now. Next slide. Another concept that is important in this rulemaking is the concept of narrative translators. And narrative translators protect narrative standards. So narrative translators turn narrative standards into numeric wastewater permit limits. They are a widely used concept in wastewater permitting. For example, the state of Michigan uses narrative translators to include phosphorus limits in over 340 unique wastewater permits in their state. The MPCA uses narrative translators frequently to ensure that receiving waters do not experience acute or chronic toxicity. So to summarize, narrative translators are an important way to turn the narrative goals of a water quality standard into enforceable numeric wastewater limits in permits. Next slide. So now I'm going to describe the existing class 3 and 4 standards. So the existing class 3 and 4 standards is a part of language in rule that describes the beneficial use, the goals for the water body, and the water quality goals. So the criteria that protect those beneficial uses. The standards contain narrative and numeric standards. They range across these 4 bulleted beneficial uses. So we have class 3 an industrial consumption beneficial use, class 4A irrigation beneficial use, class 4B livestock and wildlife beneficial use, and class 3D and 4C are wetland standards protecting, in the case of 3D, industrial consumption, and class 4C irrigation, livestock, and wildlife. And these class 3 and 4 standards entered into Minnesota rule in 1967, so they predate the Clean Water Act. and they are based on outdated 1967 science and outdated rule language, and they need a touch up. Limits based on these standards are in wastewater permits, but critical components necessary to implement these water quality standards in wastewater permits are not defined in rule, and that has made it hard for the agency to enforce these standards to their fullest extent. Next slide. I would also like to point out that this rulemaking is the result of substantial public participation and tribal nation engagement. This rulemaking started way back in 2009. Since 2009, there have been 3 separate requests for comments on these proposed water quality standards. We have engaged with the University of Minnesota to perform a standard review. We've gone through the scientific peer review process. We have considered and responded to comments throughout that period, engaged in surveys. So each one of those gray boxes you can think of as the result of a substantial amount of staff time that is whose product is the final rulemaking package that was submitted in late 2020 that we are having a hearing about today. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to go over summarize the proposed rule revision. So to summarize, we are attempting to update the Class 3 and 4 water quality standards with modern science and modern rule language. We are trying to develop robust wastewater implementation procedures that are tailored to protect site-specific conditions necessary to protect the beneficial use. And one thing I would like to point out is that we are not removing any beneficial uses from a water of the state in this rulemaking. So in Minnesota right now, every water of the state is protected by default under rule as a Class 3 and 4 water. And with this rulemaking, every single of the water will remain protected as a Class 3 and 4 water of the state. Next slide. So I'm going to start by going into the specifics of each major component of a rule. So the first component is the Class 3 industrial consumption water quality standards. So the Class 3 industrial consumption standards are appropriative standards. These standards are about defining the amount of pollution that can be in the water such that an industry can take that water out of and use it in their industrial processes without severe corrosion or scaling. So it's about what industry needs for their industrial processes. And one of the key assumptions or important things to think about with the Class 3 standards is that industries expect to treat the water to meet their needs. So industries are able to treat waters to meet their specific needs. And so to give an example of that, the 2 industries that bookend the water quality needs in Minnesota are the gravel pit industry and the circuit board manufacturing industry. So a gravel pit, they do not need a high quality to successfully for their water quality needs, that any quality water will do for them. Whereas a circuit board manufacturer needs a water quality that is so pure that it does not exist in nature. They employ really impressive water treatment technologies that remove all possible impurities from the water. So clearly there is a huge range of water quality needs for industries in Minnesota, and industries expect and are able to treat water to meet their needs. So to summarize what the major changes we are making to the Class 3 industrial consumption standards, we are planning to remove all numeric standards for this benefit. We are planning to maintain and clarify and remove ambiguous language related to the Class 3 narrative standards. We are condensing the unneeded Class 3 to 4D water quality standards subclasses into a single class. And we are developing implementation procedures and incorporating those procedures alongside this, into rule alongside this rulemaking. Next slide. So the next set of water quality standards we are proposing to change are the Class 4A irrigation standards. These, again, are appropriative standards. They define the water quality that an irrigator needs in order to successfully apply it to their crops and have their crops grow. So it's about how much pollution a given irrigator needs to successfully grow their crops. And irrigators have a wide variety of water quality needs based on critical local factors. So different crops have different sensitivities, different soils have different amounts of salts in them naturally, or different drainage conditions. And all of those complex factors interact such that there is a wide variety of water quality needs that irrigators have. So to summarize the changes we are making to the Class 4A beneficial use or water quality standards, we are removing the numeric standards related to bicarbonate, pH, specific conductants, and total dissolved salts. We are keeping the numeric standards for boron and wild rice sulfate. We are defining the duration and frequency applicable to the numeric boron standard, but we are leaving the wild rice sulfate standard unchanged. Also, we are maintaining and clarifying and removing ambiguous language related to the Class 4A narrative standards. And we have also developed a narrative translator process to ensure that these water quality standards are protected in waters of the state in Minnesota. Next slide. The third set of water quality standards we are changing are the Class 4B livestock and wildlife watering standard. These standards ensure that waters can be used for livestock and wildlife watering. So these standards as of right now, apply to every water of the state, and they will continue to apply to every water of the state. And we are introducing new water quality, new numeric criteria to protect the livestock and watering beneficial use. And you can see those new values highlighted in red. I'd like to point out that this will be the first nitrate and sulfate water quality standards applicable to every water of the state, and that these numbers ensure that the most sensitive livestock and wildlife watering use is protected, which is ruminants or multi-chambered mammals like moose or cow eating a high carbohydrate sulfur diet at concentrated feed operations are able to drink the water and not experience harm. So I would also like to point out that not only are we proposing magnitude, so for example, the total dissolved solid standard will be 3,000 milligrams per liter. We're also defining a duration and frequency for all of those magnitudes such that we will be able to more easily implement these standards in wastewater permits as limits if need be. Next slide. Another change we are making is with regards to the Class 3D and 4C wetland standards. The current 3D and 4C narrative wetland standards were not developed to protect the Class 3 and 4 beneficial uses. So those standards were developed to protect aquatic life in wetlands. And we feel that those Class 3D and 4C wetland standards are best moved to the Class 2D aquatic life wetland standards. So these are narrative standards. We plan to move them from the 3D beneficial use and 4C beneficial use into the Class 2D aquatic life beneficial use. And the overall effect of that is that the level of wetland protection will remain unchanged. And Judge Lippman, you submitted a comment to us with regards to the total settable solids wetland standards. And that is a great comment. It is a complex one, and we are not prepared to fully answer your question today, and we will do so by the end of the comment period. Thank you. Next slide. The last thing I'd like to talk about, major part of our rule, is what we call standard implementation. So this is how we translate narrative standards into enforceable wastewater permit limits. We have developed narrative translators to ensure that the Class 3 industrial consumption and Class 4A irrigation beneficial use are protected. Both of those translators use site-specific data to ensure that water quality is protected for specific users as they exist on the landscape. And we have defined some of those key methods and parameters needed to develop wastewater limits protective of the standards in rule. So if you can see it here, I have an image of some of the data sets that go into our Class 4A irrigation standard. And the point of this image is just to point out that, for example, in Minnesota, there's many varied crops grown across the landscape, and there are data sets that we can leverage so that we can make site-specific decisions tailored to protect water quality needs for a specific irrigator. And the last thing I'll say in this is, Judge Lippman, you also submitted a comment on these Class 3 and 4A water quality standards in your letter to us. In response to your comment, we would like to incorporate these translators as of the effective date of the rule. So for those of you that don't understand what that means is we were planning to incorporate these translators as a reference, meaning that we could change them at will as we are going forward. But if we incorporate them as of an effective date, that means that we are locked into that using those narrative translators as of the effective date of the rule, and we can only change those translators upon going through a rulemaking. So we would like to incorporate these translators as of the effective date of the rule. All right, next slide. One thing I would also like to mention is the MPCA has received many comments that the Class 3 and 4 standards are an essential backstop that provide essential aquatic life protections. I'd like to point out, if we go back to that road lane metaphor, that the Clean Water Act does not allow non-aquatic life standards to also protect aquatic life. So you can see highlighted there in the box 40 section of language from 40 CFR 131.11A1 that talks about what states must do to adopt water quality criteria, and it states that states must adopt water criteria that protect the designated use. So there's a singular designated criteria and a singular designated use, and they must be paired. That is what the statute said. And the reason for that is what I mentioned before, that the science necessary to protect a specific designated use using a criteria, for example, the science to protect aquatic life, is not the same science that is needed to protect irrigation. And it is important that you don't mix and match those science and when developing water quality standards. I will also say that the MPCA is considering all the available scientific information on the best way to develop water quality standards to protect aquatic life, especially for the parameters of chloride, sulfate, and hardness. We do not have a final answer yet, but we are reviewing all the available scientific information that we can find. Next slide. I would also like to point out that this rule does not change the wild rice sulfate standard. The 10 milligram per liter wild rice sulfate standard is within the Class 4A beneficial use. We initiated this rulemaking back in 2009. Around the same time we initiated the wild rice sulfate rulemaking, and we always intended any changes to the wild rice sulfate standard and other Class 4A standards to be separate. So this rulemaking does not change the 10 milligram per liter wild rice sulfate standard. Next slide. The last thing I'll say, this is my last slide, is that this rule proposal also contains a substantial amount of supporting information. There is a statement of need and reasonableness, a technical support document, a summary of our peer review, talking about the scientific basis of a proposal. We also have a regulatory analysis that talks about issues of cost and benefit, costs and consequences of adopting and not adopting the rule. And so there is much to read. It is all available on our website, and we appreciate any comments that anyone might have upon what we have written. Just a last note, I just want to point out that under the Federal Clean Water Act, cost analysis is not a determinant in establishing water quality standards. We didn't pick and choose how these standards were developed based on cost. That's not something we considered. We only considered science. But cost information is critical when implementing standards in wastewater permits. So in wastewater permitting, cost comes up, not in a water quality standard rulemaking. All right, next slide. I would like to thank everyone for hearing my presentation. And I would also like to thank all of the people who contributed to this rulemaking. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kaiser. Has the agency panel concluded? Well, actually, I think we're going to continue on, if you don't mind, Ms. Hochstein. Could you give us the next three commentators that are in the queue?
Yes, I am going to go ahead and, as promised, just show the whole roster again.
Okay.
One moment. Okay. The top three. Ooh. Are you getting?
Yes.
That? Okay. The top three, it'll be Eric Morrison, then Secretary Treasurer April McCormick, and then Dr. Deb Allert. You can see the whole list here. I will continue showing the top five as on an ongoing basis in the chat. Let me get back to the presentation here, or just to the slides, and I will. Oh, I've spelled it wrong in the roster. I'm sorry. Judge Littman, do you want me to unmute Mr. Morrison now?
Yes, that'd be helpful.
Okay. All right.
And so, Mr. Morrison, if you could state and spell your name for our record when you're unmuted, and to the extent that you could make initial comments of about 5 minutes, really very helpful. We're trying to get in a bunch of folks before the bottom of the hour when we have our court reporter break. But I'm eager to hear from you, Mr. Morrison.
Sorry. Mr. Morrison, I requested that you unmute yourself. I'll need you to do that. I'll try again. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
The controls are at the bottom of the screen.
Mr. Morrison, you still aren't unmuted. Okay, there we go. You're up.
For your patience. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Eric Morrison. That's EricMorrison.
What should we know?
Pardon me?
What should we know?
Okay, thank you. I'm a chemist. I have a PhD from Penn State, and I've worked in industry for 35 years, including 3M and Ecolab. I'm the author or contributor to 58 U.S. patents and 25 scientific publications, including several that are on the topic of water quality as it relates to industrial use. So that's the background from which I'm speaking, and I want to put forth my recommendation that these rule changes be rejected. And the reason is that in many cases, they really are unreasonable and they are not forward-looking. They're very short-sighted. So I know that there's been a shift in sourcing of industrial and agricultural irrigation water from surface to ground, but that practice itself is really temporary. It's not sustainable. And we've had a 15-foot drop in the level of the aquifer, the Prairie du Chien aquifer, Jordan aquifer that covers most of our southern part of our state. And also, you know, that it's groundwater pumping that caused all the problems in White Bear Lake. So, you know, I know Mr. Kaiser makes a point that's valid that there's the double white lines and you can't change lanes, but we really have to consider what is discharged here on the basis of industrial and agricultural wastewater. Is not going to change lanes perhaps, but downstream it is going to be relevant to uses, including recreation and wildlife. So, you know, in a world where clean water is becoming really precious, it's really short-sighted and it is unreasonable to turn water that's on the surface in lakes and streams back to what it was a century ago, which is really valued for carrying waste away from industrial dischargers rather than being a source of clean water for other people. You know, the MPCA is claiming that this is a tailored approach, and I don't think that's correct. It's really more about loosening the restraints so that wastewater can be discharged without treatment. And you know, as it says in the sonar several places, in most cases, no new effluent limits are expected. That's unreasonable. I'm going to talk about the chloride standard now. To remove that chloride limit will increase lead leaching from anywhere downstream, industry or in people's homes, where there's lead pipes and plumbing or soldered plumbing. I don't think that the MPCA is their statutory duty to say that that's reasonable. Also, I want to point out that there are 42 cities in Minnesota that get their drinking water from surface water. And this increase in chloride is putting all those people at risk. You know, we talked a little bit about sulfate and, you know, destruction to wild rice. Unrestrained dumping of sulfate, as is anticipated with these rule changes, will cause destruction of wild rice. And you know, sulfate has another really big problem that we really have to think about, and that is that it puts mercury into fish. So I will say I know that removing the ceiling on conductivity levels to keep downstream species from going extinct in those waters is not what we're here about today, but I think that it's unreasonable to just disregard that totally out of hand. And partly because it's the health of downstream environments that really supports all uses of water. So these changes are really set up to accommodate polluters rather than protect the environment and any downstream users, whether they're industry or agriculture. An example of how those effluent limits are being set in this proposed change is the projected limit for sulfate for Cliffs Erie wetland discharges up near Babbitt would be 950 milligrams per liter. And that's on the basis that the maximum concentration at that particular discharge site, the maximum concentration that there's ever been has been 847 milligrams per liter. So it really accommodates what would be the worst amount of pollution, given that we're not going to attempt to treat the water in any case. Now that 950 milligram per liter limit is 95 times the concentration that kills wild rice. And it is about 200 times the concentration of sulfate that promotes mercury contamination in fish. So I believe that not just because this is really a very temporary trend, this use of groundwater. I think it's because we need to protect all clean water. We want to return the way we think about water to being that it's most useful when it's carrying away waste. We want to protect clean water where it's really going to be in much more short supply.
Dr. Morrison,
yeah.
I'm just wondering if you might have concluding thoughts, mindful just for this initial round. We'll have other rounds where you can participate and we have the comment period. But I was just wondering if there are final concluding thoughts you have for this round.
Yeah, thank you, Judge Lippman. I'll just conclude by saying that these rules should be protective of industry, of agriculture, but also they should envision that there's going to be other uses. And these rules shouldn't be set according to what dischargers will discharge without mitigation. They should be set to what's protective. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Morrison. We're very grateful for your time and contributions to our record. With that, we're going to hear from Treasurer McCormick, if her line can be unmuted, and following Treasurer McCormick will be Dr. Deb Allard. Madam Treasurer? Welcome, Madam Treasurer. If you can state and spell your name for our record.
Good afternoon. My name is April McCormick, A-P-R-I-L, capital M-C, capital C-O-R-M-I-C-K.
Thank you so much. What should we know? Please,
I have the privilege of speaking today not only on behalf of my tribe, the Grand Portage Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa, but I also have the extreme honor from a great majority of other tribes in the state, both Ojibwe and Dakota. These are Bois Forte Band of Chippewa, Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa, Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe, Lower Sioux Indian Community, Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe, the Minnesota Chippewa Tribe, Prairie Island Indian Community, the Red Lake Nation, Shakopee Mdewakanton Sioux Community, and White Earth Nation. These and other tribes may also offer separate comments today, and we will also be offering written comments after the hearing. For the purpose of these comments, when I say we, I mean all of these tribal governments standing together as a coalition today. And as such, I would just request as much time as I can to relay this message because I am speaking on their behalf. So on of nearly 50,000 tribal members, we are here to support clean water and to oppose MPCA's proposed changes to Class 3 industrial consumption and Class 4 agricultural and wildlife use water quality standards. MPCA is asking for permission to move away from current best practices, which is the existing concrete numeric limits for pollutants in these waters, and going towards outdated and underprotective narrative standards. MPCA will then translate those narrative standards into subjective, water body specific numeric limits where the agency, presumably at the behest of the permittee, determines necessary. These rules, they promise to subject Minnesota's irreplaceable wild rice waters to further degradation. In 2018, OAH rejected another proposed MPCA rule change that would have replaced the 10 milligram per liter wild rice sulfate standard for a far weaker standard. In 2018, MPCA cannot establish a need for nor the reasonableness of these proposed rules. The proposed changes are contrary to law and science, and they benefit no one but large industrial dischargers who seek to avoid regulation. not necessary even for municipal dischargers, for whom there is a variance process that is already in place, and we are fully in support of making those processes work better for municipalities if needed. The additional pollution these changes will permit will increase burdens on municipalities and taxpayers, who too often end up bearing the burden of paying for the cleanup costs for irresponsible industrial dischargers. You can look at the recent example of Chisholm, Poole, Caney, and Great Scott townships, whom taconite mining operations passed down expenses for a new wastewater treatment system of approximately $21 million to treat mercury pollution. To put it plainly, will operate to the detriment of basically everyone but industrial dischargers, whom are large. The impacts on Minnesota's native citizens will be particularly severe and contrary to MPCA's environmental justice mission. We are asking you to disprove MPCA's proposed Class 3 and 4 rules in their entirety. These proposed changes to water quality standards have to comply with the Clean Water Act. Protecting existing uses or uses for waters prior to 1975 is the floor of the Clean Water Act. Wild rice waters are both an existing use and designated use. But through these changes, MPCA is attempting to change designated uses without proper usattainability analysis. Moreover, these changes will impair existing uses, including our precious wild rice waters. This is entirely contrary to law. In particular, these regulations say, in designating uses of a water body and the appropriate criteria for those uses, the state shall take into consideration the water quality standards of downstream waters and shall ensure that its water quality standards provide for the attainment and maintenance of water quality standards of downstream waters. In other words, if a state wishes to change some aspect of water quality that will apply upstream, it must make sure that the change does not make impairments downstream. Regulations, a state's water quality standards must also be sufficiently protective. States must adopt those water quality criteria that protect the designated use. Such criteria must be based on sound scientific rationale and must contain the sufficient parameters or constituents to protect this designated use. For waters with multiple use designations, the criteria shall support the most sensitive use. In other words, the state has to fully justify a proposed change and show that it is still protective of the most sensitive use. Honestly, the state has not done the legwork to justify its proposed rule changes, and the tribes have long pointed this out to no avail. For example, in the State of Need and Reasonableness, or SONAR, references tribal comments asking for additional support and substantive analysis beyond what is currently in the technical support document, demonstrating that the proposed revisions will not negatively impact existing uses of any affected waters. MPCA's response, which is a bait and switch, the agency says only that the proposed rules have been written so that they will still apply to all currently designated Class 3 and 4 waters. But that was not the question. The question was, where is the required showing that this proposed change will not impair downstream waters that may or may not have the same use class or be more sensitive? None appears in this record. Shockingly, MPCA elsewhere actually admits that it has not assessed, in quotes, any of the narrative or numeric water quality standards that exist for Class 3 and 4 beneficial uses, end quote. The agency says that it has chosen to focus on drinking water and aquatic consumption uses only due to, quote, limited resources, end quote. MPCA cites no authority for ignoring such a huge portion of its mandate. Moreover, the admission has just plainly acknowledged that it has not even tried to do the required analysis to justify this rulemaking. To put it less generously, MPCA has a reason for refusing to answer the tribe's question and for failing to do the analysis, but it is not a good one. MPCA knows that the results of a full analysis impacts would not only support the proposed rule change, but it hopes that it can push it through this OAH, and then the EPA for approval anyway.
Madam Treasurer,
MPCA
if you could start to conclude, I'd be grateful. I'm mindful that we're almost up to a hard break. Some concluding thoughts from you, if you have.
I absolutely respect your, and I'm speaking on behalf of 10 of the 11 tribes in the state of Minnesota, and so I will do my best.
Please.
MPCA in its essence is moving from concrete numeric standards to a narrative standard that requires the development of additional procedural steps or a translator. By these means, the agency is then able to come up with a subjective and likely less protective numeric standard for each specific water body based upon specific conditions when a discharger applies for a permit. It's no large dischargers. In fact, there's also already a significant body of research that shows the impacts of these loosened standards will be detrimental to downstream waters. A major issue is that these changes increase the allowable concentrations of salts that can be discharged into the water. And while MPCA has looked at cultural uses, the impacts of increased salty charges, it has ignored others, as well as failing to review the impacts of this rule changing on waters with existing impairments. This is despite tribal comments asking MPCA to do so. The proposed rule simply lacks any meaningful analysis of the potential of these salty discharges to hurt or harm more sensitive beneficial uses. This is a fatal. Again, in particularly insidious is the near total absence of review for the impacts of the proposed rule changes on the state's sensitive wild rice waters. And this is the most important I want you to hear. Mahnomen, seen, wild rice is a spiritual food. It is sacred to our people. It is a sacred creator. Seen, Mahnomen is a part of our migration stories. To come to a place where the food that grows naturally upon the waters, so special that is the first foods an infant is fed because of its soft, pliable texture and nutrient density. It's a part of and our meals at community gatherings. Wild rice is inherently a part of who we are as an original people. It's an Anishinaabe, Dakota, and we will take up our responsibility to protect it from further degradation and risk of food scarcity. Wild rice waters are protected under Class 4A, and the rules include the unique narrative and anti-degradation and numeric standards. MPCA has flatly claimed that this rulemaking will not change the wild rice sulfate standard. And this is the end of the agency's inquiry. But this is not the analysis. First of all, the Class 4 area apply to wild rice waters too. There is no justification for excluding wild rice waters from the rest of the Class 4 analysis. Second, the wild rice narrative and anti-degradation standard mandates that the quality of these waters and aquatic habitat necessary to support the propagation and maintenance of wild rice plant species must not be materially impaired or degraded. The agency simply refused to either acknowledge or conduct any analysis on the potential of this rule to change the result in impairment or degradation of the wild rice waters.
Final thoughts?
Wild rice. see. This is what we hope for. The MPCA will finally, genuinely collaborate with us. That MPCA will actually read our comments, our decades of field research, and our federally approved water quality standards, explaining how we effectively implement the 10 milligram per liter wild rice sulfate standard in our reservation waters. And the MPCA will look squarely and honestly at its own data, and that it will collaborate with us at the earliest stages of rulemaking as fellow regulators, not after they've already decided what our interests are. That we will have to stop using our very limited tribal resources with this agency just to get it to follow state and federal law and its own regulations. We will file a copy of both of these comments, including more detailed ones, in the upcoming days. For all these reasons, we, as tribal leaders and Minnesotans, ask you to disapprove of MPCA's proposed Class 3 and 4 rules in their entirety. Miigwech, Idamiaye, thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Treasurer. We're so grateful for your time and thoughtful comments. Eager to hear additional detail through the comment period, not only from yourself, but for all the tribes that you represent. Mindful that we're at the 90-minute point, and our court reporter, Marcia, has been dutifully typing. We're going to have a recess until 3:47 Central Standard Time, 3:47 Central Standard Time. The WebEx connection will continue, but you'll want to hear from Dr. Deb Allert when we return. And I guess I would ask Ms. Allert to have a 14-minute break, and so that she's ready and able to be unmuted, so that we can have an on-time departure at precisely 3:47 this afternoon. So we're going to take a brief intermission. We're in recess.
Judge Lippman, this is Jean Coleman.
Yes, Counselor.
May I ask a procedural question? We noticed that the previous speaker, Secretary Treasurer McCormick, may have been having some bandwidth issues, and I'm sure it's not due to her, but it may be due to the number of people with video on the WebEx. We were wondering if it would be appropriate to request folks to turn off their video if they are not speaking.
Sure, I think that's a kind request. I guess I would ask folks to try to help us preserve the bandwidth, because we certainly do want to have clarity from folks who are speaking, and so that would be a kind request from the agency, and likewise from us, because we're here for the purpose of hearing public comments, and the video stream from folks who aren't necessarily speaking at the time might impede that. And so I just ask folks to consider this because we're all in this together. Ms. Coleman or Ms. Hochstein, are we ready to hear from Dr. Allard?
I have requested that she unmute, and it looks like she's unmuted. So yes, we are. And Megan, if you could stop sharing the screen, please.
Dr. Allard, if you wouldn't mind, and you can use the video if you want or not, as you see fit, but if you could state your name and spell your name for our record.
My name is Dr. Debbie, D-E-B-B-I-E, Allard, A-L-L-E-R-D.
Thank you kindly. What should we know?
I am today speaking as a private citizen, but I am a retired family practice physician. I practiced 27 years. I am the previous president of the Lake Superior chapter of the Minnesota Academy of Family Physicians. Minnesota Academy of Family Physicians is the largest medical specialty in Minnesota, representing over 3,100 family physicians and students. The Minnesota Academy of Family Physicians has worked in collaboration with other Minnesota medical professional organizations, including the Minnesota Medical Association, the Minnesota Public Health Association, and the Minnesota Nurses Association, all told representing over 30,000 medical and health professionals, to express concerns about the effects on human health from proposed copper nickel mining in northern Minnesota. Particularly concerns about how sulfate discharge from mining increases methylmercury contamination of fish, with devastating toxic effects on the developing brains of fetuses, infants, and children. Understand that the MPCA in these rules is proposing to remove the numeric quality standard for total dissolved salts and replace it with a weaker standard. MPCA is proposing to remove the standard for specific conductivity, which is a general measure for ion water. Scientists say that even with the MPCA's proposed sulfate, removing existing standards for salts and conductivity will allow for more sulfate discharge. Additional sulfate will increase mercury in the waters and mercury methylation that concentrates in the food chain. Methylmercury is a highly toxic form of mercury. Part of MPCA's research into sulfates, Dr. Amy Mirabal studied the effects of sulfates in experiments. When sulfate was added to water in concentrations of 100 and 300 parts per million, chemical reactions of the sulfate in the sediment leads mercury into water. In fact, mercury levels doubled. Even more troubling, adding sulfate of 300 parts per million increased the amount of methylmercury sixfold. High levels of sulfate discharge load more mercury in lakes and streams. Surface waters at the point of discharge or further downstream will be at the sweet spot to increase production of methylmercury. Methylmercury in water bioaccumulates in the food chain, and human beings are at the top of the food chain. Mercury in fish meat cannot be eliminated by either cleaning or cooking. Mercury is a potent neurotoxin whose negative effects on our nerves and brains cannot be reversed. Fetuses, infants, and children are most vulnerable to toxic effects. They are 4 or 5 times more sensitive to the adverse effects of methylmercury exposure than adults, even at levels of exposure that can result from eating contaminated fish. Methylmercury ingestion can result in lower intelligence, speech and language disorders, and decrease in visual and spatial skills. In 2011, the Minnesota Department of Health did a study of more than 1,400 newborn infants. In the Lake Superior region of Minnesota, they found that 1 out of every 10 were with unsafe mercury levels. The threshold they used unsafe mercury level was that the medical literature correlates with reduction of IQ. With many other environmental toxins, the burdens are not equally shared across society. Communities who rely on fish for subsistence, including low-income families in rural communities and tribal members whom eating fish is integral to culture as well as subsistence, are disproportionately harmed by the methylmercury toxicity. And the infants and children in these communities are most likely to be harmed. Mercury can an excessive charge of sulfate from mines are current threats to public justice. Yeah, that environmental justice requires our attention. Copper nickel mines and sulfide ores are now making their way through the permitting process and the courts. Level of sulfate and major ion pollution from sulfide mines is yet more serious than existing pollution. It is incomprehensible that the MCA would propose at this time to deregulate ion pollution and allow more discharge of sulfate. We urge you to reject proposed rule changes to remove existing numeric water quality standards. Changing existing rules is both unreasonable and dangerous. Minnesota should be taking every step to reduce devastating neurotoxic mercury, not deregulating pollution to put more infants and children at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alpert. Grateful for your time and testimony. I'm just wondering if you had a written copy that you would be willing to share with Ms. Hochstein. There were some audio issues, and I would like to be able to remit that to the court reporter, Marcia, so that she could check it against the pieces in the recording that she has, just to make sure that we have a complete and as accurate a record as possible. Is that something you could do, Dr. Allen?
Absolutely. If she could just send me the link that I would need to send that to, I can absolutely do that.
Sure. It's on the slides. It's Claudia Hochstein's email address. And if you could remit that to her, we'll make sure the court reporter gets it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Allett, for your time and very thoughtful comments and contributions to our record. In the roster, we have John Paulson, then Randall Harrison, Christy Purcell, Janet Keogh, and Joe Haberman. And so, for the next, roughly 40 minutes or so, that's where we're looking, and we're eager to hear from all of them. So to the extent folks can just give an initial cut of about 5 minutes, just like Dr. Allert did, we'll get to hear from everybody in this process. Mr. Paulson.
Thank you, sir. My name is John Paulson, John Paulson.
Great. What should we know?
Thank you, Judge Lippman, for the opportunity to comment on the proposed amendments to the rules governing the Class 3 and 4 water quality standards. I'm the project environmental and regulatory manager for the City of Hutchinson. We own and operate a wastewater treatment facility and hold a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System and State Disposal System permit. The following comments are on behalf of the City of Hutchinson.
And just a little slower, Mr. Paulson, but we're grateful that you are participating.
Thank you, sir. It has been a long-standing priority of many stakeholders, including many cities, to seek updates and revisions to Class 3 and 4 water quality standards. Many stakeholders agree that the current standards are outdated. Continued use of these standards will likely include limits in city permits that can cause unnecessary burdens and expenses. More recently, the MPCA completed updates to scientific work to propose alternative standards that can protect the environment and address our existing concerns. Hutchinson is one of roughly 100 cities throughout the state that could receive a potentially costly, environmentally unnecessary effluent limit in its permit based on existing standards. As a result, we strongly support the MPCA's proposed updates to these standards. Updating these standards now is critical to ensure that MPCA can renew and reissue our city's wastewater discharge permit without having to include permit limits based on outdated standards. Based on our review of MPCA's proposed amendments to the Class 3 and 4 water quality standards, we are supportive of the standards for the following changes. We support the change of the Class 3 industrial use and 4A irrigation use standards, changing from numeric standards to narrative standards. This change is needed and reasonable and is supported by the updated science that has been recently completed. It will also allow MPCA needed flexibility to implement these standards in city permits in a manner that ensures environmental protection and reduces unnecessary costs and economic harm for cities such as ours by using the narrative translator process tailored toward downstream receiving waters. We are supportive of the proposed narrative translator processes developed for both the Class 3 and 4A standards. This process allows for a tailored, site-specific approach to permit limits and water protection that many municipalities have long requested. That said, we request that the MPCA cannot change the narrative translator process without seeking review and comment from the public first. We are concerned about MPCA's proposal to adopt guidance about how to implement the state's aquatic life narrative standards as part of this rulemaking. This issue is outside the scope of the rulemaking. It impacts multiple cities and is not something that was previously presented to cities or groups representing cities. This effort should be completed by a separate rulemaking process. On behalf of my city, I urge and fully support the MPCA to continue their important efforts to update the standards to ensure that our city and so many others will be regulated based on the best available science. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. Judge Lippman, we appreciate the work that MPCA has put into this effort, and we will be working to provide more detailed comments by the end of the public comment period. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Paulson. Appreciate your time and thoughtful contributions to our record, and likewise your willingness, as others, to put in further written comments. With that, Mr. Randall Harrison.
Yes. Thank
Mr.
you.
Harrison, if you wouldn't mind stating and spelling your name for our record.
My name is Dr. Randall Hanson, R-A-N-D-L-H-A-N-S-O-N.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hanson. What should we know?
I grew up on a small farm in western Minnesota in Lackaparrow County and retained close engagement with many friends and family who farm there presently. But over the past 15 years, I've engaged in teaching, research, and implementation of the kind of smaller scale farming that is appropriate for the Western Lake Superior region. I founded and directed for a decade the UMD Land Lab at the University of Minnesota on the former Northeast Agricultural Experimental Station that was opened from 1912 to 1976. And more recently, I founded and am co-directing the Eco-Entrepreneurship Program at Lake Superior College, which is devoted to providing agronomic, business, and marketing skills to our students for successful farms and local food-related businesses. I've also held the endowed chair in agricultural systems at the Minnesota Institute for Sustainable Agriculture and served as a resident fellow at the Institute on the Environment at the University of Minnesota. And I'm a member of Minnesota Farmers Union and Sustainable Farming Association. At any rate, I talk about that just to frame my comments here, because what I've seen over the last 15 years is a very significant expansion of regenerative, organic certified, and uncertified organic practice farms in our Western Lake Superior region in response to the growing demand on the part of consumers for healthier, locally sourced foods. Young people are purchasing farmsteads to launch new farms at record rates in our region, contributing to their communities in both social and economic ways. And politicians and policymakers see small-scale agriculture in our region, Northeast Minnesota, as an important nonpartisan development for all of the health, economic, and social benefits that it brings. Agriculture in the northeastern third of Minnesota is unique in relation to the types of row crop agriculture practiced in southern, central, and western Minnesota. Indeed, our landscapes aren't fitted for the large-scale equipment typically found in those regions, and instead we're welcoming the boom of farms producing vegetable, fruits, and animals with a mix of perennials and annuals that befit our landscapes and the regenerative practices so prized by many in our region. Small-scale farmers use a variety of ecosystem services, including surface and groundwater, for their crops. Accordingly, given my experience, I am very concerned about the proposed MPCA changes. To begin with, it appears that the MPCA has not considered the irrigation needs of hundreds of small-scale farmers in our region. As far as I can tell, there's been very little engagement with farmers in our region at all. Surely more research and public engagement is wise in terms of working with them for input. As far as I can tell, the explanations regarding the threat for changing the Class 4A standards for irrigations to allow a 1,500 microsiemens per centimeter conductivity benchmark would pose a very real threat to many of the crops grown in our region. In fact, the University of Minnesota has pointed out that many fruits and vegetables commonly grown in Minnesota, raspberries, strawberries, apples, beans, carrots, lettuce, peppers, onions, etc., just to name a few, would be harmed by that benchmark level in irrigation water. And strawberries, raspberries, apples, beans, and carrots are some of the most important crops grown in our northeastern Minnesota. Indeed, as the MPCA documents point out, if a downstream appropriator doesn't have a sensitive crop, the proposed rule would use a 3,000 conductivity benchmark to decide if it's likely the upstream discharger would need any effluent limit at all. Additionally, the concept of averaging out pollution and pollutants may mean that when a farmer uses water during drought, for example, salts would not be diluted. And given the kind of increased stochastic weather we've been experiencing over the past 2 decades, periods of droughts and heavy rains are increasingly frequent. In sum, I'm very disappointed in the manner in which the public input thus far from farmers in our region has seemingly been not included at all. Likewise, I would be very happy, given my background and my relations in organizations with farmers and other food producers, to assist in the facilitation of such comment and engagement. But the bottom line is that any proposed rule change related to ionic pollutants must surely be rejected presently, given the backdrop of the rising needs, uses in human health, and ecological integrity of farmers and eaters in the Western Lake Superior region. And I thank you, and will submit these and longer comments by the 24th of February.
We're very grateful, Dr. Hanson. During your remarks, you made reference with respect to a 15 micro, there was a glitch in the sound, standard that had particular impact to berries. Could you give me that 15 micro?
Sorry, I had a phone call coming in there. It's in the document in the marks. It's a 1500 microsiemens per centimeter conductivity benchmark.
Micro Siemens, SIEMENS?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you kindly for your generous and very thoughtful contributions to our record. Grateful for your time and looking forward to your remarks by the 24th. Our next witness is Christy Purcell, and she'll be followed by Janet Keogh and Joe Haberman. Ms. Purcell, if you would state and spell your name for our record.
Good afternoon. My name is Christy Purcell, KRISTIPURSELL.
Great. What should we know?
I am a Minnesotan through and through. I was born and raised in Olmsted County in southeastern Minnesota. I've had the privilege and opportunity to live in Cass County, Cook County, Lake County, Hennepin County. I currently reside in Rice County back in southeastern Minnesota. And I'm executive director of a clean water nonprofit, the Cannon River Watershed Partnership. We go by our initials, CRWP, most of the time. Cannon River Watershed Partnership has been around for more than 30 years. We are a community-driven, membership-based organization of more than 400 households in our watershed. Through our humble nonprofit organization, we have worked to protect and preserve precious freshwater in southeastern Minnesota for our 30 years. We feel the need to weigh in because we believe MPCA's proposed rules would weaken water quality standards that will harm fish, wild rice, wildlife habitats, treaty protected tribal resources, many species of concern, opportunities for recreation, sustainable farms, businesses that depend on clean water, human health, and environmental justice across our great state. This region also has had quite a boom of small-scale, organic, regenerative farmers who do not have irrigation permits. We've also had to, in our part of the state, really look at what ethanol processing would do to our water, soil, and human health. And when we look at the proposed changes, that is a concern for us regarding ethanol production in this part of the state. But we stand in solidarity with the tribes and folks from all across the state who have concerns. We believe that MPCA's role as a state agency should be in further protecting our waters and encourage that entity to set more stringent limits to protect clean water, fish, and health based on science. We will be submitting further comments, and I thank you for your consideration and your time.
We're grateful, Ms. Purcell, for you on behalf of your association and others, and certainly yourself, for your kind and thoughtful contributions to the record, and look forward to likewise receiving your initial comments by February 24. With that, Ms. Keogh, if you could unmute yourself and state and spell your name for our record.
Your Honor, my name is Janet Keogh, JANET KEOUGH.
Great. What should we know?
Well, I live in rural area north of Duluth. I am a wetland ecologist with a PhD in aquatic science from the University of Wisconsin. I'm retired after a 30-year career in wetland and aquatic research in ecosystems in Minnesota, across the Great Lakes, and many other parts of the U.S. I am a past president of the Society of Wetland Scientists, which is an international society for all wetland scientists. And I want to address the need and reasonableness of the proposed rules change today. As a research aquatic scientist, I'm very concerned about the proposal to replace the numeric water quality standards for ionic chemicals with weak narrative standards for class 3 and 4 waters. The proposed change would eliminate numeric standards for chloride, hardness, pH, bicarbonates, total salinity, specific conductance, total dissolved salts, sodium, and sulfates for streams, rivers, and lakes. In northeast Minnesota, where I live, all of our water comes through granitic bedrock and from rain. And this means that our waterways are very, very low in all of these ionic components. In other words, it's very soft water. Our ecosystems, and in this case, our wildlife, fish, amphibians, are all adapted to low chemical content in the water. Larval fish and amphibians depend on clean water in our lakes, streams, and rivers to develop. We all have to remember that amphibians, such as frogs, toads, and salamanders, must lay their eggs in water, and the tadpole larvae can spend up to a year or more in the lake or pond or stream where they hatch, exposing them to conditions in the water. And the aquatic insects they need are also sensitive to all of these chemicals. Discharges containing any of these chemicals, especially at the limits we're talking about for the changes, tends to decimate the wildlife and fish in receiving waters. Narrative standards are nearly impossible to measure, monitor, and enforce. As I understand it, the Class 3 standard would only apply to severe fouling and corrosion, a situation far beyond the survival of aquatic life. The proposed Class 4 standard is especially troubling, as this standard should be protective of wildlife, including fish, amphibians, and their food web, and the other wildlife that depend upon them. The proposed standard likens wildlife to livestock with no regard for the special sensitivity of larval fish, amphibians, or the insects they feed upon to thrive. The proposed effect on allowing a higher sulfate standard is especially troubling, as higher levels of sulfate result in nutrient release and massive algal blooms, as well as the release of toxic forms of mercury and biomagnification across the entire food chain, right up to humans who consume fish. From the sonar, the MPCA acknowledges that most discharges would not even be subject to any required limits using the narrative standard and translators. So this proposal literally opens the floodgates to pollution into our waters. Effects of the proposed deregulation on amphibians is of special concern to me as a scientist. There have been very, very few studies on the effects of salts and conductivity or of the other chemical constituents on larval or adult frogs, salamanders, or related aquatic animals. Amphibians, especially their eggs and larval forms, are very, very sensitive to water chemistry, but there have been far, far too many studies to help us know whether amphibians can adapt to higher ionic, saltier water, especially here in northeast Minnesota. We know also that nutrient eutrophication reduces oxygen in water and eliminates aquatic animals. We have several designated threatened, endangered amphibians and aquatic reptiles in Minnesota, which we must protect. Northern cricket frog, blanding turtle, wood turtle, spotted salamander, the Great Plains toad, and the four-toed salamander, and also the mud puppy. Many of these inhabit aquatic ecosystems in northeast Minnesota, where these proposed deregulated chemicals would have their greatest effect. There are a number of endangered mussels here that must also have clean water for their entire life cycle. The proposed changes to the Class 3 and 4 standards go against the Clean Water Act and threaten an endangered species protections. I'm closing here now to say that these changes in the Class 3 and 4 standards would literally deregulate these chemicals in most cases. I am very concerned that discharges of these chemicals with no real or feasible numeric standards and no monitoring and enforcement will cause great impact to our ecosystems and the whole food chain that people appreciate and in many cases depend upon. In closing, I would ask you to reject and disapprove all of the MPCA's proposed changes to remove numeric standards for salts and ionic pollutants from class 3 and 4 waters. There is simply no science supporting these changes, and from a clean water perspective, no justification. There is no need for the changes, nor are the changes reasonable. And so thank you very much for the opportunity to share my perspective.
We're so grateful for your time and very thoughtful comments, Dr. Keough, and appreciate your contributions to our record. Next up is Joe Haberman. Ms. Haberman, if you would mind stating and spelling your name for our record.
It's Joe, J-O, Haberman, H-A-B-E-R-M-A-N.
Thank you so much, Ms. Haberman. What should we know?
I care extremely deeply about clean water and water quality standards here in northern Minnesota, where I live, as well as all around our state. I oppose the MPCA's proposed water quality standards rule revisions and believe they should be rejected. MPCA's proposed water quality standards rules revisions would weaken or eliminate numeric criteria for conventional pollutants, such as specific conductants, total dissolved solids, and sulfates, and therefore would not meet the purposes of the Clean Water Act and would not protect the waters of our state. I ask the MPCA to publicly post answers to the following questions as soon as possible so the public can review the agency's answers well before February 23rd of this year. First question, if MPCA makes these changes, what would the extent of impact be on fish and all other aquatic life? Question 2, where would this proposal allow water pollution that our existing standards prevent? And the third question, how would current or future permits be weakened by the proposed changes, including the suspended Polymet water permit? Thank you, Judge.
Thank you so much, Ms. Haberman. Appreciate your time and contributions and very thoughtful questions for our record. With that, Ms. McAbee, Counselor, you're up next. If you wouldn't mind stating and spelling your name for our record.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Paula McAbee, and McAbee is M-A-C-C-A as in boy, E-E.
What should we know, Counselor?
First, for the record, I serve as Water Legacy's Advocacy Director and Counsel, and Water Legacy is a nonprofit that has been working since 2009 to protect water quality. From our perspective, MPCA's proposed Class 3 and 4 rules would remove numeric water quality standards for salts and major ions. For some of these chemicals, there would be no other standard left in Minnesota. For other chemicals, MPCA would leave a weaker standard. And MPCA would also narrow the narrative descriptions of uses and require translators to implement its new narrative standards. The new narrative standards sound like unenforceable discretion, but it gets worse because MPCA narrative standards for Class 3 and 4A would require no effluent limits at all for any existing discharger. The Class 3 rules would boil down to a calcium test for severe scaling at a downstream intake pipe. As a result, MPCA admits on page 110 of the sonar, there will be no new hardness effluent limitations. Some facilities that would previously have needed a hardness limit will not need one. Next, MPCA's Class 4A rules would boil down to a weak conductance and sodium test diluted at a downstream intake pipe. MPCA also admits that applying its translator for irrigation and this is on page 110 of the sonar, no NPDES discharger, that's any discharger with a permit, would receive a specific conductance effluent limit, and no NPDES discharger would receive a sodium limit in a permit. According to MPCA's rules, MPCA will also have no discretion to set effluent limits if they weren't required by these translators. So MPCA's proposed rules deregulate pollution. These rules will actually be one size fits all, and that size will be no pollution limits. Next, MPCA's proposed rules are illegal. Under the Clean Water Act, water quality standards apply to all waters of the United States. Right now, all Minnesota lakes, streams, and wetlands are designated for Class 3 and 4 uses. So the existing numeric standards apply to more than 12,000 lakes, 100,000 miles of streams, and 9.3 million acres of wetlands. Neither the Clean Water Act nor Minnesota law authorize privatizing water to cover only intake pipes for large appropriators. But this is actually how MPCA's rules would work, since effluent limits would only be set if there was something amiss at the location of an intake pipe for a large appropriator. Now, the Clean Water Act prohibits states from removing existing designated uses from any surface water. Uses apply to water bodies, and water bodies do not have white lanes between one technical class and another. And an existing use is if the water body met the standard at any time since November 28th, 1975. And those existing designated uses can't be removed. Now, even if pollution has happened and a water body has been grossly polluted all the time since 1975, a designated use can't be removed without a detailed use attainability analysis called a UAA for that specific water. Now, MPCA hasn't done a UAA for a single body of water. Its proposed rules are a way to circumvent that requirement and in fact remove water quality from tens of thousands of water that are designated to be used for industrial use, agricultural use, wildlife use, and Class 2 aquatic use. MPCA's proposed rules are illegal because they violate the Clean Water Act. Next, MPCA's proposed rules are also unreasonable and harmful. Pollution deregulated by the MPCA's proposed rules would not, quote, ensure environmental protection, as Mr. Paulson suggested was a goal that all of us have. In fact, the rules would impose hardness and corrosion on both downstream businesses and downstream community water systems. They would prevent the use of surface water to grow fruit and vegetables, as Dr. Hansen explained, deprive wildlife of food and habitat, jeopardize the survival of endangered species, degrade wild rice, and kill aquatic insects and fish. Harmful ecosystem impacts of increased sulfate would release mercury, phosphorus, and nitrogen from sediments, thus increasing mercury methylation downstream, as Dr. Allert mentioned. As a result, in addition to toxic mercury contamination of fish, clear waters will be destroyed by algae blooms, affecting anything that drinks from them and animals that try and live in them. MPCA's proposed pollution deregulation rules are illegal, unreasonable, and devastatingly harmful. They're also unfair. In 2004, US Steel wanted to siphon its salts and hardness pollution from the Mintac tailings pool into public waters in order to avoid scaling corrosion and $3 million a year in its own operating costs caused by its own pollution. But then MPCA concluded that siphoning pollution would harm wetlands, fish, wild rice, wildlife, including amphibian eggs, and would hurt local economies. Like the Mintac siphon project, today's rules to remove numeric water quality standards would benefit a few polluters at the expense of all other uses of water. That is neither fair nor reasonable nor needed. MPCA's rules must be rejected in their entirety, and we will, on behalf of Water Legacy, provide detailed comments. I would also like to say that at the end, when everybody else has talked, we have a list of questions we'd like to ask MPCA, and we would not impose further on your time at this point.
Councilor, very grateful for your time and thoughtful contributions and your courtesies to the people in line behind you. If you'll hang with us, I'm glad to recognize you for another round and for you putting those questions into the record. Thank you so much, Councilor. Our next witness is J.C. Christensen, and following her will be Ann Cohen. Ms. Christensen, if you could state and spell your name for our record.
Hi, yeah, it's Jackie Christensen, JACI CHRISTEN.
Thank you so much.
Greetings on this iconic Minnesota winter afternoon. I have had limited time for the real technical research like Paula has covered, and preparation for the MPCA rule change to the water discharge permits for a good reason. I've been trying to stop the impacts from the Line 3 debacle where the MPCA issued permits to pollute our water with tar sands oil. Before you move forward with these rule changes, I implore every one of you to take a trip up north along the Line 3 route of destruction to see just firsthand how the decisions you make impact the people and the places that you're charged to protect. It's immediately obvious that there are numerous concerns around these rule changes. You're removing and weakening our protections. And you're violating treaties and not upholding Executive Order 1924, which affirms, and I quote, government-to-government relationship between the state of Minnesota and Minnesota tribal nations, providing for consultation, coordination, and cooperation, end quote. This rule change should never have made it past the first consideration, which is the first people and their inherent rights. From page 183 of the Statement of Need and Reasonableness, quoting, Grand Portage and the Great Lakes Indian Fish and Wildlife Commission do not support the change from numeric to narrative standards proposed for Class 3 and Class 4A. They see narrative standards as less protective and less enforceable. Fond du Lac commented that the MPCA has a history of not enforcing narrative or numeric standards, and that the replacement of numeric standards with narrative standards is not scientifically defensible. These rule changes are unreasonable. This should be the end of the story right here, but instead you push forward. There's no denying the privilege that is represented in the MPCA staff. How do you justify this blatant racism and corporate capture evident throughout this process? Have courage. Use your privilege and strengthen rather than weaken our protections. Take time to listen to the voices of our youth in northern Minnesota who are, as we gather here today, risking everything, locking themselves to equipment for our water and for our future. Technical comments, I will submit technical comments at a later time. Thank you so much.
So grateful for your time and contributions, Ms. Christensen. Looking forward to your remarks by the 24th of February. Thank you. Ms. Cohen, Councilor, if you wouldn't mind stating and spelling your name for our record.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Ann Cohen, ANN COHEN.
What should we know, Councilor?
Well, this is what I think we should know. First, the diagram that MPCA showed during its presentation of the roads leading to the box saying water quality standards only protect their beneficial use is wrong. What the box should say is protect all existing beneficial uses of water. The Clean Water Act requires water quality standards to protect all existing uses. You cannot remove a road if it is going to impact an existing beneficial use of that water, in particular, the key aquatic life use. So now my lawyerly juices are flowing, and I'm very tempted to go into chapter and verse of the Clean Water Act and its implementing regulations, but I think I will save that for my written comments.
We're so
Unless
very
you would
grateful.
like to hear it now. So,
can you hit the highlights, Councillor, mindful that there are other people who also have arguments on the Clean Water Act that are in line behind you?
I will. So, my main point is, although adopted to protect industrial and agricultural uses, the current class 3-4 numeric standards protect aquatic life, and this is demonstrated by a robust body of scientific evidence, including some created by the MPCA itself. And this evidence is already in this rulemaking record, and we will add to it with our comment. So removing these standards, these numeric standards, would endanger aquatic life, which is the most important use of our waters. And Minnesota knows this. I mean, for years, Minnesota has fought proposals to outlet Devil's Lake in North Dakota into Minnesota waters, in part because of the high level of dissolved solids, including sulfate, in that lake. And tests conducted on that lake water on game fish, walleye, northern pike, have established that such high dissolved solid levels impede fish hatching, and this is not what we want for our Minnesota waters. So the Clean Water Act does not allow a state to weaken its water quality standard. It is irrelevant that MPCA adopted the class 3 and 4 standards to protect industrial and irrigation uses. Under the Clean Water Act, these standards cannot be changed if removing them would endanger the existing aquatic life use. So MPCA does not disagree that its changes to these rules must not endanger the aquatic life use. And in this rulemaking, MPCA makes two arguments as to why it should be allowed to proceed. First, MPCA argues that it can enforce a narrative standard to protect aquatic life. And second, MPCA argues that if it enforces the class 2 chloride standard, which is an existing rule, that standard will act as a surrogate to protect aquatic life. Unfortunately, neither of these arguments is valid. First, MPCA has admitted numerous times that narrative standards are more difficult to enforce. And in fact, the Clean Water Act disfavors narrative standards for this exact reason. So in order to deal with the problem of enforcing the aquatic life narrative standard, MPCA has included the S5 sonar appendix, S5 policy document, which effectively establishes standards based on specific conductance. But MPCA has a problem because it cannot effectively enforce the S5 document unless it is adopted into rule. Right now, it's an unpromulgated rule, and MPCA has run into problems in the past trying to enforce its unpromulgated policies. The chloride standard similarly has enforcement issues, and MPCA has admitted that the most likely solution to high chloride discharges, the one that cities could probably afford, would not address the other salty parameters as it hopes. So MPCA does have some options here, Judge Lippman. It could put this rulemaking on hold or delay its effective date until it concurrently adopts its specific conductance narrative translator, the S5 document, into rule. Based on MPCA's robust scientific support for that document and EPA's recent action in improving a specific conductance standard for the Fond du Lac band, specific conductance numeric standards would provide broad protection for aquatic life and would likely be approved by the EPA. So as a related or independent option, MPCA could also concurrently adopt a rule requiring significant dischargers of dissolved salts and solids to conduct whole effluent toxicity testing to determine protective limits for the water bodies receiving their discharge. But the current proposal is half a loaf, and it is not better than none. It is worse. Now, MCEA supports financial assistance to governmental units which are struggling to comply with the existing standards, including the chloride standard. MCEA believes that with time and creative engineering, many small towns and cities will be able to reduce their salty waste streams. We support variances and schedules of compliance as necessary to work out the issues, but we do not support eliminating numeric standards that would let industrial dischargers that can't afford to fix these problems completely off the hook. And finally, we do have one specific concern that we would like MPCA to address either today or in its written responses, and that is how these rule changes, if adopted, would affect the proposed permit for the PolyMet facility. Would these changes allow the PolyMet mine to reduce the level of treatment it has proposed? Would these changes, if adopted, allow PolyMet to discharge directly from its tailings basin? In closing, Judge Lippman, MCEA also supports providing some extra time for rebuttal comments if that is possible. I think we're going to have a lot of very substantive comments in this record, and I think it would be reasonable if we could agree on an extension of the time from the given 5 days. So with that, I will close my statement unless anybody has any questions they'd like to direct.
We're grateful, Council. I think the 5-day piece is in statute and rule, and that might be the subject of a future legislative change, as some of the items that we're doing in rulemaking involve highly technical questions. I know that it's certainly a challenge for the agencies to do rebuttal in this circumstance, just as it might be for stakeholders. And so I don't think I have the authority to do that in this proceeding, but I would encourage you to look at Chapter 14 and Part 1400. And if you agree with that assessment, put a pin on it, and maybe we both arm in arm go up to the legislature and say that this needs to be rethought. But I don't think I, in fact, have the power to do what you're suggesting. With that, I'm very grateful for your time and contributions to the record. With that, Ms. Linda Herron, if you would state and spell your name for our record. Ms. Herron?
Thank you.
Oh,
There I
excellent.
am.
If
Thank
could
you.
state and spell your name for our record.
Yes, my name is Linda, Linda, Herron, Herron. I testify as a resident of Minnesota who is concerned, our waters included. The Minnesota Pollution Control Agency was created, and I quote their website, to monitor environmental quality and enforce regulations using data-driven decisions to protect the health of Minnesota's people and their environment, unquote. In the recent past, the MPCA has tarnished its reputation as a guardian of environmental health and thereby lost the trust of the people, and I include myself here. I refer to the MPCA's attempt to discourage the Environmental Protection Agency from submitting its comments on the PolyMet mine proposal until the public comment period had ended. So when the MPCA proposes to deregulate certain standards, myself included, wishes to know the origin of these proposals and whether powerful entities have come to influence outcomes. Implicit in the proposed deregulation of numeric standards in favor of narrative standards, the data-driven decisions referred to earlier seem to give way to a more subjective determination of what constitutes pollution or danger thereof. The MPCA narrative standard uses the term reasonable, whose definition varies widely from agency to agency and agent to agent. The elimination of numeric criteria for conventional pollutants leads to a failure to meet the purposes of the Clean Water Act and will not be protective of Minnesota's waters. If these rule changes are standards that protect Minnesota's waters from excessive sulfates would become unenforceable. In fact, deregulation of the main pollutants of the mining industry is a clear nod to that industry to do whatever is deemed necessary to continue mining practices as reasonable. I am concerned that these deregulations will allow not only the current taconite mining industry greater freedom from pollution limits, but additionally proposed more hazardous industries such as copper nickel mining. Contamination of clean water in the Boundary Waters Canoe area and the Lake Superior watersheds by copper nickel mining pollution is assured. What about aquatic insects, fish, and amphibians? Would their survival be jeopardized? Contamination would result from higher levels of sulfate, causing algal blooms. The wider repercussions of unregulated salt impacts on sustainable farms and the impact on tourism, fishing, and general recreation need to be assessed before changing important protective regulations. I ask, therefore, that you, Judge Littman, reject the MPCA's proposed rules to deregulate salts and ion pollution in classes 3 and 4. These rule changes will not protect people or natural resources from dangerous pollution. They favor industry over people. Rather than fewer or less limiting regulations, the MPCA should be focused on protection of people and their environment first and foremost. And I thank you for listening.
Oh, no, Ms. Heron, we're grateful for your time and very thoughtful contributions to our record. With that, our next witness is Bob Tamman. Mr. Tamman, if you wouldn't mind stating and spelling your name for our record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bobtammen. My wife Pat and I live in Soudan, Minnesota, home of Minnesota's first iron mine. I started working in the mines 50 years ago. At that time, we had mine tailings ponds that were leaking degraded water into Minnesota's public waters. Now, 50 years later, the tailings ponds leaking degraded water into Minnesota's public waters. 50 years of pollution. And now you earlier testifier, I think it was Dr. Hansen, talked about specific conductivity. And I was really interested in conduct. I did electrical work in mines. I did electrical interested in how good does water carry electricity, and clean water carries very little electricity. So I went and bought a conductivity, and I checked conductivity all over the conduct. When I go to one of Minnesota's natural lakes, I'm probably going to get a reading of less than 100 microsieverts. I go to an old abandoned iron mining pit that's filled with groundwater and surface water, I'll get measurements up to 3. When I go downstream of a modern tailings pond, it's common to get readings over 1,000 microsieverts. We've got an order of magnitude greater conductivity coming off of our mining operations and being dumped into our public waters. We have a real problem with degradation up here. And I'm not sure that we'll get the mining industry cleaned up in my lifetime. I'm too old and the mining companies are too dirty to get a weakened foundation for the next generation. And I think that's what we have to be thinking here. It's obvious that these pose to make the regulations a little more amorphous, a little easier to manipulate. We need firm standards. We need something better for the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tammen. Appreciate your time and very thoughtful contributions to our record. With that, Mr. Bruce Johnson, and following him will be Maureen Johnson. Mr. Bruce Johnson.
Hello.
You could state and spell your name for our
Yes,
record, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Bruce Johnson, BruceJohnson.
Thank you so much. What should we know?
I conducted water qualities research, including lake recovery from sewage at the US EPA and copper nickel sulfide mining impacts at the DNR. I'm familiar with Minnesota industrial water quality permits because I enforce them at MPCA. As a supervisor at MnDOT, it was my job to understand environmental rules and work with personnel to assure their compliance. My education's in biology and chemistry. All my experience gives me both scientific and compliance insights into the proposed rules we're discussing today. Under the proposed rules, more pollution will be allowed in all Minnesota water bodies than before. MPCA's own science is not considered in doing its rule writing. The rules must be rejected. The proposed rules reduce protections that are important to Minnesotans in our clean water. Elimination of these standards will cause significant degradation of water because there's no numerical basis remaining for control of pollutants. Because these standards have not been enforced by MPCA and water permits, some pollutants are already toxic in our waters. The MPCA's proposed rules for class 3 and 4 would not meet the purposes of the classes in the Clean Water Act and the Minnesota law. Clean Water Act and Minnesota Statutes 115.42 require protections to prevent and control pollution in order to maintain and restore water bodies. Minnesota Rule 7050.0140 require rules to protect public health and welfare. But Minnesota SONARS states that the purpose of these proposed rules is to make it easier for large industries and agriculture. In class 3 and 4, most numeric standards are removed. Some are replaced with narrative standards, and what is left applies to specific users, not to all the users of the water. I've both enforced rules and complied with them. I can say emphatically that I could not enforce these narrative rules to protect water, nor could I comply with them without numerical standards. Today, I'll focus my efforts on chlorides and sulfates in Minnesota waters and habitats. My written comments will be more comprehensive. Chloride and sulfate have direct individual toxicities to organisms, but they also have critical impacts to habitat because they are each heavier than water. They concentrate in the bottom of surface waters and they displace oxygen. Sediments then release extensive nutrients and heavy metals that are held in these sediments. The reaction of sulfate in sediments will result in increased mercury releases, along with other heavy metals. Excess nutrients can result in overgrowth of blue-green algae, well known to have killed dogs and harmed humans, even at Shagwell Lake up in Ely. MPCA proposes Class 3 rules remove numeric standards for the pollutant. Most of the areas in Minnesota are classified as protective of Class 3 and Class 3B chloride standards are in northeastern Minnesota in the sensitive Lake Superior boundary waters watersheds. There's This area is naturally low in chlorides, but copper nickel mining is likely to bring new chloride pollutants to the surface. I'm personally aware of high chlorides found in the Minimax copper nickel exploration in the mid-1970s. Their dewatering killed some wetland vegetation out there. They had to study it for a long time. Scientific research has determined that salt inclusions found anywhere in the Duluth complex, the area where the sulfide mining is proposed, is very high in concentration. As with other standards in this rulemaking, MPCA has proposed to remove existing chloride standards. Minnesota's remaining 230 parts per million Class 2 chloride standard is not sufficiently protective of lake or wetland habitat. Low oxygen conditions develop below the chemocline. That's a salt-induced layering in lakes that the salt falls to the bottom, it hangs there. That results in the loss of all but the most resilient of deep water benthic species. Fish such as lake trout and many other species are adversely affected because they can't get in the habitat. MPCA has admitted that chlorides from road salts is toxic to Minnesota waters, and Minnesota's chloride salt problem threatens freshwater fish. So my conclusion is Minnesota's proposed removal and weakening of numeric standards for chloride and sulfates does not follow the law, will not be protective of aquatic life or their habitats, and it's unreasonable and fails to consider the science of lakes and sediments. Please disapprove the changes to Minnesota's proposed rules. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. Very grateful for your time and very thoughtful contributions to our record. Really do appreciate that. So with that, Ms. Maureen Johnson.
Maureen?
Ms. Johnson, I have requested to unmute your line.
Try *6.
Your phone, Ms. Johnson, your phone should be prompting you to unmute yourself at this point. Ms. Johnson, I believe you're unmuted.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson, I'm just wondering if we could take Ms. Seetsama's testimony, and then we'll try again in hopefully around 5 minutes time. So I guess I'd like to do that if you don't mind. Ms. Seetsama, if you wouldn't mind stating and spelling your name for our record once you're unmuted. I'm not sure. Hold on a second, Ms. Seetsama. There seems to be a sound issue.
Okay. Ms. Seetsama, are you trying to talk? Because it does look like you are unmuted here.
Ms. Seetsama, why don't you try again?
How about now?
Yes.
Okay.
But use your stage voice. It seems very soft.
Sarah Seetsama, S-A-R-A-S-I-E-T-S-E-M-A.
Ms. Seetsama, what should we know?
Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed amendments to rules governing the state's Class 3 and 4 water quality standards. I am the environmental specialist for the City of Willmar, which owns and operates a wastewater treatment facility and holds a national pollutant discharge elimination system and a state disposal system permit. Cities like Willmar are on the forefront of protecting Minnesota's water quality through our wastewater and stormwater facilities. Our goal as cities is to ensure that our state's water resources are protected based on the best available science in a manner that allows for flexibility and ensures wise investments of limited state and local resources for clean water infrastructure. It has been a long-standing priority of Willmar and other cities to seek updates and revisions to Class 3 and 4 water quality standards. The state has known that the standards are outdated since at least 2010 and has continued to include limits in cities' NPDES permits based on the outdated standards since that time. More recently, MPCA has completed updated scientific work to propose alternative standards that can protect the environment and address our longstanding concerns. We believe it's past time to update the standards. Willmar's current wastewater permit has limits based on the outdated Class 3 and 4 water quality standards. The existence of these limits in our permit is a significant concern for our community because these limits have the potential to limit our economic growth and require the city to make extremely costly changes to existing infrastructure in the future. It is unreasonable to require our city to meet permit limits that have serious negative economic impacts for our community where the standards those permit limits are based upon are outdated and not based on the most recent science. From our perspective, it is critical to update these standards now so we can work with MPCA to have the flawed limits taken out of our permit to avoid additional costs or negative impacts on our economy due to these outdated standards. Willmar is committed to Clean Water Act compliance and protecting our local watershed. When our wastewater treatment facility was built in 2010, it was not designed to remove salty parameters such as bicarbonates, hardness, total dissolved solids, or specific conductants. Willmar's drinking water source is groundwater, like many municipalities, and our groundwater is considered very hard. Our city's source water exceeds or nearly exceeds the future final monthly average permit limits for 4 parameters. Willmar has 2 water treatment plants, so implementing the technology to achieve compliance with the Class 3 and 4 limits has shown to be grossly unaffordable. Over the past 5 years, we have spent more than $2.5 million to reduce chloride use, identify and improve I&I, and educate our residents on the environmental impacts of excess chloride. Based on our preliminary review of MPCA's proposed amendments to the Class 3 and 4 water quality standards, we are generally supportive of the following proposed changes. We are supportive of the Class 3 and Class 4A standards changing from numeric standards to narrative standards. This change is needed and reasonable and is supported by the updated science. It will also allow MPCA needed flexibility to implement these standards in city permits in a manner that ensures environmental protection and reduces unnecessary costs and economic harm for cities such as Willmar by using a narrative translator process. We are generally supportive of the proposed narrative translator processes developed for both the Class 3 and 4A standards. This process allows for a tailored, site-specific approach to permit limits and water protection that many municipalities have long requested. However, to ensure regulatory certainty, we would like to ensure that MPCA cannot change these narrative translator processes without seeking review and comment from the public beforehand. We are concerned about MPCA's proposal to adopt guidance about how to implement the state's aquatic life narrative standards as part of this rulemaking. This issue is outside the scope of this rulemaking. It impacts multiple cities and is not something that was previously presented to cities or city groups. This effort should be completed by a separate rulemaking process. On behalf of the City of Willmar, I urge MPCA to update the outdated standards to ensure that Willmar will be regulated based on the best available science. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I appreciate the work that MPCA has put into this effort, and I will be working to provide more detailed comments before the end of the public comment period.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sietsema. Appreciate your time and very thoughtful contributions. I'd like to go back in the line to try Ms. Johnson again, if we could. Ms. Maureen Johnson, are you able to access the audio?
Ms. Johnson, I've sent a request for you to unmute your phone. Your phone should be asking you to unmute yourself.
Well, Ms. Johnson, out of deference and respect for the other folks in line behind you, I'm going to move on in the list, mindful, of course, that there's a full 20 calendar day comment period following this up through February 24 at 4:30, and I certainly hope that you will write down what you would have shared with us and be a part of our record. With that, I'm going to move along to Ms. Nancy Schultz, and following her will be Peter Otterson and Brian Rassa. So, Ms. Schultz, if you wouldn't mind, once you're unmuted, state and spell your name for our record.
Yes, hello, Judge Lippman. My name is Nancy Schultz. It's spelled Nancy Schuldt.
Ms. Schultz, what should we know?
Well, I am the Water Projects Coordinator for the Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. And the Fond du Lac Band has federally delegated authority under the Clean Water Act for our water quality standards program and EPA approved water quality standards. And I have managed our program for over 23 years. First of all, I fully endorse the comments provided by Secretary Treasurer April McCormick on behalf of Minnesota tribes. But I offer a few additional comments today, focusing on just a couple of key flaws in the need and reasonableness of the proposed revised Class 3 and 4 water quality standards that we have been flagging for years in both informal staff-to-staff communications between tribes and MPCA, as well as detailed technical comments that have been provided on the earlier draft sonar in 2019. This proposed rulemaking, which weakens or outright eliminates numeric criteria for dissolved salts for the beneficial use classes assigned to industrial, agricultural, and wildlife, might seem esoteric, but generally benign. And in fact, MPCA assures us in the sonar that they don't expect the proposed rule changes to have a negative environmental consequence. The proposed rules are designed to be as protective of the industrial and agricultural beneficial uses as the currently applicable standards. All the Class 3 and 4 water quality standards continue to apply statewide and as a general or default classification to all water bodies. But as you've heard from some of the previous commentators, in direct contradiction to that assertion, the MPCA also maintains throughout the technical support documentation for these rule revisions that these standards only apply where and when there is an appropriator for that use. So by only applying those standards at a point of intake of water, these revised standards for all intents and purposes do not protect all of the waters of the state for these uses, despite what the agency is saying. They only serve to protect documented existing use. They do nothing whatsoever to protect unknown users or future users, and they most certainly do not serve to protect wildlife. This leads me to a second important point that I want to make today. How is MPCA actually implementing these water quality standards in Minnesota? As Scott Kaiser described during the agency overview how water quality standards are established, how they don't cross lines between uses, and how they are distinct from permit limits. But water quality standards don't exist in a Clean Water Act silo. How water quality standards are actually implemented include monitoring and assessment. Do our waters actually meet those criteria and attain those beneficial uses? They're used to establish limits on permitted discharges so that all water body uses continue to be protected and all water quality standards continue to be met. And finally, they are used to identify water bodies that are not meeting those criteria or attaining those beneficial uses. And then if that's the case, you list those waters as impaired and develop plans or implementation actions to bring those water bodies back into attainment. MPCA has not been fully implementing the existing Class 3 and 4 standards to date. Their proposed changes will do even less. The agency has never monitored or assessed the waters of the state to see if they meet the existing criteria, nor are they proposing to do so in the future. They have imposed some permit limits in municipal industrial discharge permits, but I'm not aware of a single instance where there has been enforcement of those limits. I am aware, however, of several specific water bodies where there is clearly an impairment that has been linked to high salinity discharges. And I'm aware of numerous water bodies where industrial discharges grossly exceed existing standards. But instead of working to bring those dischargers into compliance, the agency instead is weakening the standards. This is not how the band approaches implementation of our water quality standards under the Clean Water Act, and we don't believe it is reasonable or supportable. Finally, I fully understand that these Class 3 and 4 standards are not intended to protect aquatic life uses. But tribes have been urging the MPCA to promulgate protective numeric aquatic life use, Class 2 standards, for these very same parameters before taking this action of removing or weakening criteria for salty parameters applicable to Class 3 and 4. And MPCA maintains that they don't have the data or the information needed to do so at this time. They suggest they might consider it in the future. This position is neither reasonable nor supported. Just last year, 2020, EPA Region 5 approved Fond du Lac's proposed specific conductance criteria for aquatic life use, which was derived from MPCA's data following EPA guidance. And this approval from EPA came about despite an extraordinary deluge of critical comments from industrial and municipal dischargers upstream of the reservation during our public comment period. I will be submitting additional detailed technical comments before the comment period concludes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Schultz. Appreciate your time and very thoughtful contributions to our record. With that, Mr. Peter Otterson, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and stating and spelling your name for our record.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Peter Otterson. O-T-E-R-S-O-N. That's Peter spelled with a D. It runs in our family. My grandfather brought the name with him from Norway in the late 1890s. My dad gave it to me, and I was born in Duluth, Minnesota, where my mother's parents lived. I made my first canoe trip up the trail in 1948 when I was just 4 years old. Why do I say that? Because that's where I began my love affair with Minnesota's and waters. It saddens me to see the changes that are coming. What we do today will affect tomorrow's outcome, either for the good or the bad. Well, here then are my prepared remarks that I will also be submitting later into the written record. I speak in opposition to the proposed deregulation of MPCA rules regarding Class 3 and 4 waters. I base this upon both my education and later work as a hydrogeologist and limnologist that included work as a Fulbright scholar at the Max Planck Institute for Limnology in Germany early in my career. Pursuing a doctorate at the Limnological Research Center of the University of Minnesota, I interrupted my studies in 1972 to conduct work as a research scientist on the regional copper-nickel study in northeast Minnesota. From there, I went on to serve 34 years with the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, Division of Waters, from which I am now retired. I fully understand why the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency should see the need to update the water quality standards that have been basically unchanged since 1967. However, this is not the way to do it. During the earlier copper-nickel study, I helped to track leachate from a waste rock stockpile at the Dunca Pit as it flowed through an unnamed stream and wetland into Bob Bay on Birch Lake. The water was high in dissolved metals and other elements. Specific conductance was a convenient and easy way to track the pollutants as they made their way to the lake. Such a test is neither costly nor difficult to make. I liken it to a caged canary in a mine. It points to a greater problem. While currently it is only listed for Class 4 waters, I recommend that it be extended to include Class 3. This leads me to the proposal to eliminate all numerical standards for Class 4 general negative standards. I see absolutely no reason to support such a change. Much changed since 1967. At that time, we had little awareness of the growing impacts of global climate change. Now we can see the effects all around us, including right here in Minnesota. These will to worsen in the next few years. To water quality. I see no mention of that at all in the sonar. Furthermore, so far as Class 4 waters are concerned, we now know much more about the impact of neonicotinoids upon pollinators caused by intensive agricultural irrigation. Associated nitrates are also known to migrate down into the groundwater where they can pollute both private and public water supplies. In fact, nitrate pollution to adjacent streams and rivers feeding the Mississippi River is now known to be a major contributor to the growing dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico. I believe both nitrate and sulfite numerical standards should be maintained and even strengthened. What is the cost to the environment if they are ignored? Finally, as a hydrologist and former water educator, I used to teach about the hydrologic cycle. Air, water, ground, they're all interconnected. Everyone wants clean water, but we have to work to keep it that way. The benefit is well worth the cost. With these thoughts in mind, I urge the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency to refresh its water quality standards to meet the challenges that lie before us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ottoson. Grateful for your time and thoughtful contributions to our record. On to Mr. Brian Rossow. And before while he's unmuting himself and before he begins, I'll just say that after this, we're up against our next 90-minute court reporter break. So after Mr. Rossow concludes his remarks, we'll have a brief intermission. And after the intermission, Karen Johnson, Don Arnosti, and Gary Usenga will be first in the queue. You won't want to miss that. They have important contributions to make. And so I'm urging folks to stick with us through the intermission after Mr. Rossow. With that, Mr. Rossow, if you would kindly state and spell your name for our record.
Absolutely. My name is Brian Rossow, BRIAN ROSSOW.
Thank you, Mr. Rossow. What should we know?
So first of all, I want to thank you, Judge Lippman, for the opportunity to comment on the proposed amendments to the rules on the Class 3 and 4 water quality standards. I'm the city clerk for the city of Lakefield, and I'm speaking on behalf of the city, which owns and operates a wastewater facility and holds an NPDES permit. In the essence of preserving everyone's time, I want to just say that I completely agree with the comments provided by Ms. Sietsma from Wilmer. Lakefield is in a nearly identical situation to Wilmer based on our extremely hard water and our permit limits based on outdated science. So we're really facing a lot of the same challenges. Lakefield currently has limits based on the outdated Class 3 and 4 waters in our wastewater permit. The existence of these limits in our permit is a significant concern for our community because these limits have the potential to limit our economic growth and require the city to make potentially costly changes to existing infrastructure in the future. City of Lakefield, with a population of just under 1,700, has already committed to a $20 million project to address chloride and other salty parameter limits based on these outdated standards in our permit. We feel it's unreasonable to require our city to meet these permit limits that have serious negative economic impacts for our community, where the standards those permit limits are based on is outdated and inconsistent with the most recent science. So from our perspective, it's critical to update these standards now so that we can work with the MPCA to have the flawed limits taken out of our permit to avoid additional costs or negative impacts on our economy because of these outdated standards. So based on our preliminary review of MPCA's proposed amendments to the Class 3 and 4 water quality standards, we're generally supportive of the following proposed changes. We're generally supportive of the Class 3 and 4A standards changing from numeric standards to narrative standards. We're generally supportive of the proposed narrative translator processes developed for both the Class 3 and 4A standards. This process allows for a tailored site-specific approach to permit limits and water protection that many municipalities have long requested. A site-specific approach is particularly beneficial to Lakefield because our facility discharges treated wastewater to an unnamed stream that is classified as a Class 3 and 4A water, which then flows to South Heron Lake, which is also classified as a Class 3 and 4A water. Neither the unnamed stream or South Heron Lake are used for industrial or irrigation uses. And some of you that might be familiar with Lakefield may have heard our previous city clerk say, kind of became a catchphrase of hers, that you can drink our water, but you can't flush it. And it sounds funny to say that, but what she meant is that based on the limits in our permit that were set based on the water standards I just mentioned, the groundwater from our wells would not meet the permit limits to be discharged. So literally our groundwater directly from the wells would not be allowed to be discharged. So on behalf of my city, I urge MPCA to update the outdated standards to ensure that Lakefield and other cities will be regulated based on the best available science. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and we appreciate what you've done here today and what the MPCA is continuing to do. And we look forward to providing more detailed comments and working with the MPCA going forward.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clerk. Very, very grateful for your time and contributions on behalf of the city to our record. With that, mindful of our court reporter's dutiful service, she's entitled to a 15-minute respite. It's 5:20, and so we'll return at 5:35. The WebEx connection will continue during our intermission. I encourage folks to get up, to stretch, to hydrate as is appropriate, and we'll have an on-time departure again at 5:35. I'd ask Ms. Johnson to get into her seat a minute or so early because we're eager to hear from her. Karen Johnson, then Don Arnosti, then Gary Husenga. You won't want to miss it. We're in recess until 5:35.
Hello.
Hi, is this Maureen Johnson?
Yes, this is
Okay.
Maureen. Hello.
Hi. Okay. I'm going to go back ahead and mute you again now that we know that this works, and we will stick you into the queue in the part after the break. We'll let you know. I think you should be number 5 after the break.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so
Just stay on the line. I'm going to mute you, and then I'm going to unmute you when it's your turn. Okay?
okay, I'll stay on the line just like this, not
All
touch
right.
anything.
All right. When
All
it
right.
tells you to touch, when it tells you to unmute, go ahead and mute. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
This is Judge Lippman, the hour of 5:35 having arrived. Ms. Hochstein, are we in a position to move on to Ms. Johnson?
Yes, we are, Miss Karen Johnson. And I am requesting her to unmute now.
Okay. Madam Court Reporter, are you ready? Excellent. We're back on the hearing record after a short recess. Ms. Karen Johnson, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and stating and spelling your name for our record.
Hey, I'm trying. Shit.
We hear you, thanks.
Oh, you do? Oh, you heard that word too, didn't you? Anyway, I am a native of Northeast Minneapolis, Columbia Heights, and I have lived in Minnesota all my life. I love our whole state, especially our state parks, lakes, rivers, waters, and Lake Superior. I've owned a cabin on a small, pristine lake on Widow Lake in Hackensack for 50 years. I've canoed the Boundary Waters many times, sailed on Lake Superior, Columbia Apostle Islands, and Isle Royal. I consider myself a good Minnesotan, a very concerned citizen, a non-expert, as some of you are very good experts today, and a voice of one. The land and lakes in the Boundary Waters and Lake Superior watershed are currently big concerns for many people in our state, including representatives Emmer, Fischbach, and Hagedorn. Also, another group that's concerned is the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. The latter two groups are concerned more about jobs and mines, while the rest of us seem to have the environment on our minds. The Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, which is an agency that's supposed to be designed to protect the environment by controlling and protecting the pollution in the state, is proposing to lower the already low regulations for salts and ions in the area. If their mission is to protect and increase the environmental standards, how and why do they want to lower them? This is a very big concern. It is a known fact that science has proven that salts and ions cause mercury poisoning, and lowering that regulation makes no sense. It will cause more pollution and more poisoning. And it is also a known fact that currently, without lowering the standards, 10% of the babies born in Duluth have levels of mercury that exceeds the limit for brain damage. Lowering the standards would allow more mercury methylation, and algae blooms into the watershed. This is not a good trade. Lake Superior and the watershed is non-political, only the people who manage it. Lowering standards on ions and salt would benefit only large mining corporations, not lakes, not rivers, not industry, not farmers, not toads, not frogs, not wild rice. Not one thing would benefit from those lowering the standards. But lowering the standards would make it easier for the sulfide mines to get permits because they would meet the lower standard. These mines pollute, and it has never ever been proven that they haven't. And mining companies have never ever cleaned up the messes they have made. These jobs they create for local Minnesotans are not sustainable. They only last until the mine. And most of the jobs are automated and run by the company or the foreign companies that we have ready to do that. We do not even minimum amount of copper and nickel that these mines would produce. Production would be a drop in the bucket when compared to the world's copper. And the world doesn't need any more copper. We have enough copper to last us 50 years into the future. But think about it, and that is recycling. For every pound of copper put into recycling, we would get a pound of copper out. There would be no need for a new mine to cause more pollution. If indeed they want to put a mine here, let these mines and these companies prove that they will not cause any more pollution or deaths while they're mining and after they close. So far, not one mine in the whole world has done that either. I do not wish our state to be the guinea pig for this venture. These mining companies are not thinking of Minnesotans, only making money. And the job situation in the area could definitely be improved by looking at our very own Minnesota environmental engineering programs. There are a lot of them. Our institutions are just with the new the STEM kids that are in those programs. They invent new, low carbon, sustainable industries at the fraction of the cost and very little pollution. It's what they do. Plus, these good paying jobs would be sustainable far into the future for our citizens of the Northeast. They would have been designed for them by the people in our own state. I'm calling on our representatives, Mr. Stauber, Emmer, Fischbach, and Hagedorn, to use their legislative power to do what they were elected to do: serve the people and land of Minnesota, not the financial interest of mining corporations. I'm calling on the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency to do what they are supposed to do and prevent pollution and protect that air and land of Minnesota. And Judge Lippman, I'm asking you to please not recommend the deregulation of Class 3 and Class pounds and salts. And I want to say thank you very much. And I want to say that I have learned a tremendous amount from all of this. I've never been on a court report before. It's absolutely fascinating. I've listened to every single one who is an expert in your field. And I guess my committee of one, me, represents a whole lot of general population in Minnesota who are very concerned about their environment and what their government agencies are doing for them or to them. And thank you very much for permitting me to speak today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. Grateful for your time and contributions to our record. Again, as I noted at the outset, if there is anyone for whom this process is built, it is for you. It is for that committee of one, for that singular individual. We're delighted, of course, and rely upon and need the contributions of subject matter experts, but the hope and expectation of the legislature was that our process would be open enough and inclusive enough to reach you. And so we're very grateful for your time and contributions. With that, Mr. Don Arnosti, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself, stating your name and spelling it for our record.
Thank you, Judge Lippman. My name is Don Arnosti, DonArnosti.
What should we know?
I'm an environmental consultant with more than 30 years experience working here in Minnesota for several nonprofit public advocacy organizations in various positions as water program director, policy director, and executive director over the years. I have participated in developing many state laws and rules addressing water quality and in citizen enforcement actions under the Clean Water Act. I'm commenting as an interested citizen. The MPCA is concerned about the cost to smaller communities in the form of expert consultant services utilized to address wastewater permitting issues. Sonar, page 37. Those same difficulties are faced by members of the public, such as myself, with far fewer resources who want to retain protection for the beneficial uses of public waters by voiceless wild animals, and by the unborn generations of humans whose future will be diminished if we do not protect a full array of native wildlife. In the interest of time, I will focus my comments in just a few areas. Number one, the MPCA's proposed rules make unreasonable assumptions unsupported by science that wildlife of numerous species use waters for drinking can be protected by proposing standards to protect for the watering of domestic livestock. This is an unreasonable assumption. Number two, the proposed standards for nitrates and sulfates are unsupported by science with regard to protecting beneficial use by wildlife. Number three, the proposed Class 4B standards for salinity, the current Class 4B standard for salinity, currently 1,000 milligrams per liter, is proposed to be weakened and weakens protections for beneficial use by wildlife in a proposed total dissolved solids TDS standard of 3,000 milligrams per liter. And number four, there are existing MPCA programs that address some of the identified needs of small communities, several of whom have testified here today, for financial assistance to meet current chloride standards. These existing programs should be expanded in lieu of this rule revision, which would present fewer harms and greater benefits to the public interest than this proposed relaxation of numeric standards. To dig a little deeper into the first supposition, wild animals are defined in Minnesota Statute 97.8.015 subdivision 55 as, quote, all creatures not human, wild by nature, and including mammals, birds, fish, amphibians, reptiles, crustaceans, and mollusks. These wild animals, or wildlife in the rules, vary dramatically in physiology, lifespan, metabolic rates, and exposure to pollution in public waters, even for purposes of watering. Bats and swallows, for example, fly above the water for drinking purposes, while beavers, otters, frogs, and muskrats live immersed for much of their life in the water they drink. Fish and mollusks, of course, are immersed throughout their life. Wild black bears in North America have an average lifespan of 18 years and a metabolic rate that varies widely during the year. The proposed rules ask for an unsupported leap of faith that, quote, given that the data available for wildlife species is limited, it is reasonable to use these livestock data as surrogates for wildlife data. Sonar, page 48. We've been hearing from the MPCA that there's a lot of new science since the 1960s when these rules were promulgated. Yet in the area of impact of some of these chemical constituents, some of these salts on wildlife, they offer no science and ask us instead to believe that diverse species of wildlife act in the same way as domesticated poultry and ruminants, cows, that they're proposing as surrogates in their sensitivity for all species of wild animal. This is an unreasonable assumption, unsupported by science. Poultry and ruminants are slaughtered at very young ages, mere weeks in the case of poultry, long before chronic effects of pollutants such as nitrates, sulfates, and chloride are evident. The chosen numeric standard for nitrate, 100 milligrams per liter, is 10 times more polluting than the human health standard for drinking water. Likewise, the chosen standard for sulfates, 600, is greater than the human drinking water standard of 250 liters. Again, resting on the unsupported assumption that all wild animals respond to these pollutants similarly to domestic livestock. Humans are clearly a more sensitive species to sulfates and to nitrates than domestic livestock. And, quote, given that data available for wildlife species is limited, humans are a reasonable surrogate for wildlife watering. The rules should propose a limit of no more than 10 milligrams per liter for nitrates and 250 for sulfates. In the interest of time, I will skip through a little bit of what I'm going to present and just wrap up with a few things. The chloride standards are proposed to be relaxed from 50 milligrams per liter and 100 milligrams per liter in two different classes of water to 230 milligrams per liter. The MPCA acknowledges the harm caused by high levels of chloride in state waters and proposes this relaxation of standard. I cannot help but think some of their reasoning comes from the state law that requires them to assess the costs to small communities and small businesses of these rules, as well as some of the testimony that we've heard from some of these communities. The Clean Water Act requires that cost considerations not be part of standard setting. In lieu of that, I recommend that a reasonable alternative with more public benefits is to reduce, rather than reducing protective water quality standards for chloride, is to increase the existing MPCA point source implementation grant program, which allows community drinking water facilities that soften water to be eligible for grants of up to $7 million for 80% of the cost of installation. The primary source in regulated wastewater discharges of chloride is individual water softener systems in homes and businesses. Preferred action would be to expand these loans and grants for a centralized lime softening water treatment system, which do not produce chloride pollution. The city of Pipestone, Minnesota has used this grant, along with a loan, to treat drinking water, eliminating the need for in-home water softening and dramatically reducing wastewater chloride discharges. Such
Some final thoughts, Mr. Onesti?
Yep. Grants and loans for chloride pollution prevention do not negatively affect beneficial uses of public waters like rolling back the standards. Because these rules rely on a faulty leap of faith that all species of wildlife are affected by various pollutants in a manner similar to domestic livestock to justify the relaxation of existing numeric enforceable standards or the imposition of unproven new standards, I request that you reject these proposed rules in their entirety. Alternatives to address needed changes to these rules exist, and the MPCA should pursue those.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anasi. Very grateful for your very detailed and thoughtful and important contributions to our record. Also looking forward to your more detailed comments by the 24th of February. With that, Gary Husenga, can you unmute yourself?
Hi.
And state your name for our record.
I'm Gary Husenga, Garrie, Huisenga.
Thank you so much, Mr. Husenga. What should we know?
Well, I'm a retired electrical engineer and a Minnesota resident, and I enjoy our wonderful outdoors, especially the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. This natural area needs to be protected from sulfide mining and subsequent contamination in the area. The process of issuing the permit leaves many questions as to why it deviated from the open process that is standard for these permits. Why were there no defined enforceable limits on major ions that will be released? How can simply monitoring the levels be considered any type of control without set limits? All types of industries have numeric limits on emissions in order to reduce the amount of greenhouse gases released into the atmosphere. Why would a major ion water contamination be an exception to this numeric standard? Simply monitoring the amount with no enforceable limit does not protect the environment. That would be equivalent to saying there's no speed limit on the roads, but everyone needs to monitor their speeds. It'd be a disaster. Without a legal way of enforcing the amount of emissions, there's no reason for the emissions to be limited. Anyone that's visited the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness knows that the lakes, waters are all interconnected. What happens in one lake impacts a larger area. When a major ion contaminant gets into the groundwater under one lake, it'll be devastating for a large area of wilderness. This cannot be allowed to happen. I've been going to the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness for many years on solo trips and with family and friends. On several occasions with friends from other countries, they remarked that there is no place like this in their country, and they didn't know of any other place in the world like this. It's a true treasure of nature. This needs to be preserved for future generations. I want my grandkids to be able to enjoy this for their lifetimes. The rule changes relating to Class 3 and Class 4 water standards should be rejected to protect the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness and other natural areas. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Husenga, for you sticking with us and for your very kind and thoughtful contributions to our record. With that, Tess Dornfield, if you could unmute yourself and state and spell your name for our record.
Ms. Dornfeld, I've sent you a request to unmute. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Ms. Dornfeld? Suchline, can we try Ms. Johnson again and see if we can't remedy the issue with Ms. Dornfeld while we're talking to Ms. Maureen Johnson?
Yes, take me just a second to find that phone number to unmute in this list. Okay, Ms. Johnson, I am sending you a request on mute.
Ms. Maureen Johnson, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. If you would state and spell your name for our record.
Thank you. My name is Maureen Johnson, MaureenJohnson.
Thank you. What should we know?
Thank you. From Stacy, Minnesota. I'm retired biologist, 6 years in water quality research with US EPA and US Forest Service, and 20 at MPCA managing Superfund cleanups. I use state and federal standards to protect people, water, and biological resources and to enforce compliance. All living things need water, in water and on land. 7050.0224 Class 4 includes, quote, wildlife uses, unquote, not wildlife drinking uses. MPCA errs in narrowing the meaning of the words. 7050.0140 is clear about wildlife in Class 4. Quote, agriculture and wildlife includes all waters used by waterfowl or other wildlife and for which quality control is or may be necessary to protect terrestrial life and its habitat, end quote. Terrestrial life is moose, frogs, ants, and dragonflies. All use water in some way to sustain biological needs, food, shelter, reproduction, habitat, and for drinking. The MPCA cannot demonstrate these uses are not existing or attainable, but denies wildlife's applicability to Class 4. The state intends protection of all beneficial uses in 7050.0150. Proposed rules must not eliminate wildlife uses and protections. Common human activities cause pollution, agricultural fertilizers, mining sulfate, and winter road maintenance using chloride. In addition to these chemical toxicities, scientists study a toxic effect occurring as these chemicals increase together. Specific conductance measures the toxic effect of all ionic chemicals in water. In microsiemens per centimeter, I'll call them units. In 2016, Bruce Johnson and I studied specific conductance in the Copper-Nickel area of Ecoregion 50 in northeast Minnesota. In this area with St. Louis River's headwaters, the stream with the lowest specific conductance had only 12 units. The studied area with some man-caused contamination averaged only 68 units. But where the St. Louis receives mining impacts, specific conductance increased by 400%. Of aquatic life found upstream, 18% were not found there. 5% is the level of concern in 7050.0217. A scientist would ask, which of these lost species and what level of specific conductance are important to native brook trout in that area? In the several water permits I have seen, especially in mining, MPCA has not set required effluent limits to assure the water body meets all standards, even as for decades standards are exceeded in the water body. So, like Superfund, resolving impaired waters has become a permanent program at public expense because pollution is uncontrolled for decades, and permittees have waste-like tailing basins or waste rock piles continuing to contaminate state waters. Removing the specific conductance standard now will remove even the possibility of protection from its toxicity for all state waters. The MPCA's proposed specific conductance policy blurs the standard concept and sets no enforceable limits for pollution. Permittees will continue to discharge with no limit until the MPCA applies the policy to thousands of individual permits. EPA has already approved a specific conductance standard of 300 units, still pretty high, for Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior Chippewa reservation waters. It can be done. MPCA ignores biological science on other deleted standards. My written comments will explain further. Please retain all the existing standards by rejecting this proposal and requiring that first, Class 2 aquatic life be updated with standards that are now in Classes 3 and 4. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Ms. Johnson. I'm glad that we were able to circle back, pardon me, able to circle back with you and able to get you to testify and be a part of our record. With that, I'm going to try Ms. Tess Dornfield. Ms. Dornfield, are you able to unmute yourself? And excellent. Ms. Dornfield, if you could state and spell your name for our record.
Tess Dornfeld, TESS-DORNFELD.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dornfield. What should we know?
Well, in response to your guiding questions, Judge Lippman, it's clear the agency has not demonstrated the need and certainly not the reasonableness of the proposed changes. The heading of the MPCA webpage on these changes states this will, and I quote, protect state waters while lowering regulatory hurdles. This is the pollution control agency. Obviously, it is not reasonable for MPCA to prioritize lowering regulatory hurdles when their name itself says it is meant to control pollution. Something else it says on the webpage, and I quote, the MPCA is proposing detailed methods to determine if permitted facilities need limits on the level of pollutants in their discharge. If a regular person, as you described, would absolutely not say that it's reasonable that some facilities would need no limits on pollution. And the same goes for the numeric standards being removed. I understand that one size may not fit all, but there needs to be a minimum baseline at the very least. In Minnesota, we always hear the argument in favor of projects like mining and infrastructure that we have strong environmental standards and we can have confidence in our regulations. Anyone who's paid attention to the Line 3 pipeline issue that our state is contending with right now has heard Governor Walz and others talk repeatedly about how our strong standards will protect our water. And the same argument has been made by those who support the proposals for copper nickel mining. How can we rely on these strong standards when MPCA wants to change them? I'm very concerned, especially about what changing the standards will mean for the limits used for the permits for mining projects. And unfortunately, there's a demonstrated need to be skeptical, especially on this topic, given MPCA's misconduct in relation to the PolyMet permitting process, and that needs to be taken into account. And related to that, and to all of the concerns about these changes, the violation of treaty rights must be of primary concern. Our state is one of the many governments that has a consistent history of disregarding our treaty obligations, especially in terms of the environmental rights of tribes. And that behavior must not continue with these changes. It needs to end now, and we need to respect the treaties. I also want to share in the concern about the consequences for small farmers who would be threatened by the impacts on their water quality. There's a plaque at the Canadian border that I visited welcoming people to our state that says, Minnesotans are proud of their state's natural beauty and are leaders in resource conservation and concern for the quality of life. These proposed changes do not represent leadership in resource conservation or concern for the quality of life. The MPCA's own goal of lowering regulatory hurdles is contrary to its own name, to our state's values, and to what anyone would think is reasonable and necessary. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dornfeld. Appreciate your time and contributions to our record. Ms. Lynn Anderson. If you could unmute your microphone and state and spell your name for our record.
My name is Lynn Anderson, Lynnanderson.
What should we know?
Thank you, Judge. My husband and I own lakefront property on Round Lake, Minnesota in Aiken County. There are over 200 homes and cabins on this beautiful spring-fed lake. It's one of the cleanest lakes in Minnesota. The water is almost drinking water clean, according to the DNR, because we have freshwater jellyfish. And we're surrounded by a number of other inland lakes in the area. Horseshoe, Lake Minnewawa, Big Sandy, Aiken, Rat Lake, all that have prime wild rice habitat, fishing opportunities, lots of recreation. And this is all in an area that's home to thousands of vacation cabins in northeastern Minnesota. Savannah Portage is nearby with a number of pristine lakes. And then we have the Wild Rice National Wildlife Refuge. And the area is home to a number of wildlife in terms of birds and eagles and ospreys. And people really enjoy themselves. There's quite a line of traffic on I-65 for 3 seasons of the year, with people coming up to enjoy the pristine and tranquil environment. It's really a unique ecosystem. And Boundary Waters is only 2 hours north, and we've got the North Shore of Lake Superior. All of these areas support a robust tourism industry with local businesses. And we want to see it preserved. We don't want a Flint, Michigan situation in Minnesota. And you might think, why would I bring Flint, Michigan up? Well, Flint, Michigan is an example of small changes that were made in the water system that had a huge negative impact on many people. It would have been easy to prevent that situation if there had been high standards in place and if people had been paying attention to the impact and the needs of the people in the region for clean water. But now it's a very costly situation to fix. And if the groundwater in northeastern Minnesota is polluted because these proposed rule changes, the MPCA rule changes, are implemented, how is it ever going to be fixed? This precious clean water that is really a national treasure. Many people who live outside the state of Minnesota are just so impressed with how beautiful the state is and how many, what a water-rich area it is in so many ways. We come from a family where my husband's great-grandfather homesteaded on the lake that we live on. He was an immigrant from Sweden. Some of the property has remained. The generations have enjoyed it for close to 100 years. And our family's not really unique. Many cabin owners in our area have had property where that cabin has been passed down. So it's really an important ecosystem that needs to be protected. And less than 5 miles from our property is a proposed Tamarack Talon metal sulfide mine that's owned by an international conglomerate. I don't know what they're doing there or why they think they have the right to develop a nickel mine there. It's owned by a mining conglomerate with a terrible international record for human rights abuses, and where they've attempted to build these sulfide mines in water-rich areas, it's always resulted in pollution. So we oppose those proposed MPCA rule changes for a number of reasons. First, the standards do not take into account the entire ecosystem as a whole. And I don't believe they're up to date with good and state-of-the-art climate science. I haven't heard that talked about except by a couple of people who've commented today. These proposed rule changes are not inclusive of Minnesota's people, the needs of Native American lifeways, their rights to hunt and to fish and gather, nor the needs of sustainable organic farmers that we heard spoken of earlier. as well as the concerns of cabin owners like us and out-of-state vacationers who really treasure the clean water of Lake Superior and Boundary Waters, and the local businesses who rely on the tourism outdoor industry. So especially during this time of rapid global warming, I believe MPCA should be doing its job of strengthening Minnesota's water standards and not weakening them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anderson. Very grateful for your time and thoughtful contributions to our record. After Ms. Anderson, Gretel Lee is next, and then following her will be Liz Weffel and Kevin Strauss. So, Ms. Lee, if you wouldn't mind stating and spelling your name for our record.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Gretel Lee. Gretel is Gretel, Lee, Lee.
What should we know, Ms. Lee?
Thank you, Your Honor. As I said, my name is Gretel Lee. I am an environmental attorney at the law firm of Flaherty and Hood. And I'm here today to testify in support of this bill, it's legislative session, in support of this rulemaking on behalf of the Minnesota Environmental Science and Economic Review Board. MESRB, as it's commonly known, is a joint powers organization of over 50 cities and public utilities that own and operate wastewater treatment plants across greater Minnesota.
Just a little slower, Counselor, for the benefit of our court reporter.
Absolutely, my apologies. This is an issue that has heavily impacted municipalities for the better part of 60 years and is something that cities have been requesting relief from for a while. So as I mentioned, I am testifying in support of this rulemaking. We view it as absolutely necessary and absolutely reasonable. And I feel the need to note that these rules are targeted to very specific uses. You know, I want to note that this is separate from the aquatic life standard, which people rightfully have, you know, concern over. But this is separate from that. That is beyond the scope of this rulemaking. You know, I understand with chloride itself being a salty parameter, it's hard to, you know, completely divorce the class 2 aquatic life standards from this. However, class 2 chloride is a good indicator for the impact that other salty parameters have on water systems, and the aquatic life standard is protective of that. And those rules really aren't being changed in this rulemaking. An example of this at play is the linkage permitting policy that is employed by the MPCA to this day. It's approved by EPA, and I just wanted to note that for the record. But again, that's outside the scope of this rulemaking. The existing class 3 and 4 standards are outdated. They are not based on recent or even semi-recent science, and they require facilities to meet permit limits that, because they're blanket applied across the state, may not even have a beneficial impact to the water body that they're on. While this is the case in some areas, it also can lead to very serious negative economic impacts. And, you know, as a result, the existing rules really create two major problems. First and foremost, there are over 150 cities across the state of Minnesota right now that stand to receive these limits in their permits if the water quality standards are not updated. Some of our member cities already have. You heard from a few of them earlier. And this causes problems that are detrimental to everybody. It causes problems and delays in the permitting process. It causes an increase in costs in having to comply, not only attributed to those delays, but also with having to comply and that not necessarily being reasonable given the state and the application of the rule on that specific water body. A really good example of this is the city of Laverne and the True Shrimp issue, which I'm sure many people on this call today are aware of. And I know MPCA certainly is aware of it. The long and short of it, there was an outdated limit in the city's permit, and this company cited that as the reason for packing up and leaving, resulting in the city having expended millions of dollars, the state and the company, and ultimately it was because of an outdated standard in their limit or in their permit. We support this rule because of its tailored and site-specific approach. These new rules bring an individualized and specific protection to the water body and those designated protective uses. We obviously support the replacement with the narrative standards, the incorporation of that narrative translator process, and the tiered and differentiated application due to crop sensitivities. So also that is taken into consideration in this rulemaking and is absolutely important. We also, I want to note, are supportive of the updated protective flow from the 7Q10, which is a drought flow, to the 122Q10. It allows these the limits in these permits based on these standards to reflect the actual conditions at play in the water bodies. And so it's a much more appropriate measurement, that 122Q10. Ultimately, these changes will result in necessary protections for these individual water body uses for the people who live on them, and they don't lock our individual cities across the state into these, overly strict limits that in a lot of places provide no net benefit to the water quality. I do want to note two quick things that we noticed in the rulemaking that we will be providing, of course, additional comments on. But the inclusion of the narrative standards, as I mentioned at the beginning, the aquatic life, the SONAR Appendix S5, I know that has been mentioned a couple of times, that's beyond the scope of this rulemaking. We were under the impression, as many people were at the beginning of this rulemaking, that it was going to strictly focus on Class 3 and 4 standards. And because this is outside of that, we think it should be withdrawn and addressed in its separate rulemaking. We're not opposed to that. It just shouldn't be a part of this one. And in addition, I also want to note that I noticed some changes in the language to the Class 4A language regarding the sulfate standard. Specifically, I'm referring to the changes in Minnesota Rule 7050.0224, Subdivision 2. MPCA maintained that this rulemaking will not impact the wild rice standard, but they're also, proposing to remove the quote as a guide language in there. We maintain that that needs to stay in the rulemaking at this time because its removal will effectively create a de facto standard, and that's also outside the scope of this.
Councilor, some final thoughts?
Yes, in closing, thank you, Your Honor. We are generally supportive. Water bodies and uses vary widely across the state. Minnesota is a big state. There's a lot of different things that happen here. We need rules that reflect those differences. And that's what this rulemaking does. And so we are supportive. We will be supplementing my testimony today with written comments. And I just want to thank you, Judge Lippman, and the MPCA for the opportunity to testify today, and to the agency for their work on this rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Looking forward to your remarks on the 24th. With that, Mr. Kevin Strauss, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself.
Judge Lippman, I think that.
Forgive me. No, I made an error. It's yes. Ms. Weffel. Forgive me, Ms. Weffel. If you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself. And thank you for the intervention, Ms. Hochstein. Ms. Weffel, if you could state and spell your name for our record.
Yes, my name is Elizabeth Weffel. That's spelled W-E-E-L. I am an attorney with the firm of Flaherty and Hood, and I am here on behalf of the Coalition of Greater Minnesota Cities. I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment on these proposed amendments to the rules governing the state's Class 3 and 4 waters. Our organization is made up of 105 cities across the state that play an essential role in protecting Minnesota's waters through our wastewater and stormwater systems. Most of our cities hold NPDES permits or belong to a district that does. With that many members, with that many members who could face potential limits with the outdated rules, we are very concerned that they could be facing costly and environmentally unnecessary effluent limits in their permits based on the old standards. Failure to update these standards could hamper economic development in the state, as we saw in Laverne with the case of True Shrimp. We do not want to repeat that scenario across the state. We are also
Counselor, just a little slower for the benefit of our court reporter.
Sorry, trying to get through it fast for you.
All right, and you can feel free to hit the highlights, mindful that we have a written comment period.
Okay, great. Well, we are concerned about the resources that would be required to upgrade wastewater facilities to comply with outdated standards, costly upgrades that would not help the environment. We are also concerned about the MPCA's efforts to develop guidance for applying the narrative aquatic life standards to wastewater facilities as part of this rulemaking. We are concerned that the guidance being proposed will have a significant impact for cities and that very few of, if any of them, are aware that the guidance is being proposed at this time. Given that the narrative aquatic life standards are outside the scope of this rulemaking, we request that the MPCA develop this guidance through a separate process. Apart from this guidance effort, we believe that the changes to these standards are reasonable and grounded in updated scientific research, and we urge adoption of these rules. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you kindly, Councilor. Appreciate your time and thoughtful contributions to our record. Again, looking forward to hearing more detailed comments from you and the coalition by the February 24 deadline. With that, Mr. Kevin Strauss, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and stating your name and spelling your name for our record.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Kevin Strauss, K-E-V-I-N-S-T-R-A-U-S-S, and I'm a resident of Rochester, Minnesota. Judge Lippman, I'm asking you to please reject the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency's MPCA proposed Class 3 and 4 rule changes. And I'm asking for this for three main reasons. First of all, the rules change is contrary to MPCA's organizational mission and mandate. The rule change seeks to solve a pollution problem by simply redefining pollution so that the agency can ignore it. And there is no evidence that this rules change will lead to cleaner water. And that's a primary factor in everything the MPCA does. The rule change is contrary to MPCA's organizational mission and state mandate because their mission is to protect and improve the environment and human health. This proposed rule will accomplish neither of these goals. In fact, these changes will increase baseline pollution in Minnesota rivers and lakes. It will cause harm to human health by increasingly nitrate pollution in Minnesota's drinking water aquifers. Here in southeastern Minnesota, we're already dealing with nitrate problems in cities like Hastings, where the groundwater has nitrate pollution in it. Having more surface water nitrate pollution will increase nitrate leaking into groundwater systems. Cities are rightly concerned about costs. As taxpayers, we pay those costs, but the cost to deal with outdated standards at this point is minuscule compared to what Hastings, Minnesota does today to clean excessive nitrates out of their drinking water supply. Now, we as Minnesotans expect state troopers to keep our highways safe. We expect the MPCA to keep our rivers, lakes, and drinking water safe. These rules will not accomplish that goal. Earlier, Mr. Kaiser said that this was not an anti-degradation hearing, but the central job of the MPCA is anti-degradation. You can't just ignore your job when you're doing rulemaking. It's true, the current rules are outdated. Everyone agrees about that. But this is not the right way to fix them. This will actually make the problem worse. The standards do need to be updated, and cities are rightfully concerned about those standards. We as taxpayers should be concerned about costs, even though that's not a part of this hearing. We pay that as citizens. We also have a history to look back on. Preventing pollution is always far less expensive than cleaning it up after it occurs. So while it's true that in the short term, cities may have to pay more to deal with these current, not ideal standards, reducing the standards such that we have increased pollution to deal with is going to lead to a lot more expense for taxpayers. Number two, rule change seeks to solve a pollution problem by simply redefining pollution so the agency can ignore it. Now, this is a little odd. It's a bit like a classroom teacher saying anyone who's sitting in a classroom receives an A on today's test, and then reporting to state officials that their students have vastly improved their test scores. To put it in a more regulatory context, it's a lot like the Minnesota State Patrol saying they want to eliminate numerical speed limits for highways. They'll have narrative standards like driving safely as a way to reduce the incidences of speeding here in Minnesota. Now, on paper, it would look like speeding would decrease because we're no longer measuring it. In reality, the roads would be less safe. People would be driving 90 miles an hour on some of our highways. Now, on the upside, we could have fewer state troopers enforcing these narrative highway standards. I don't think that's what we want to do. We want safe highways, we want safe rivers and lakes, and safe drinking water. That's the job of state officials to do those things. We're not going to get rid of pollution by ignoring it. We tried that. Think back to the 50s and 60s. We ignored pollution for decades until it got so bad that we had to create the Environmental Protection Agency. We don't want to go backwards. Now, the MPCA staff do a lot of things really well, but they probably don't have a lot of livestock experts on their staff. I grew up in Wisconsin visiting my uncles on their dairy farms, and I'm not an agricultural professional, but I can do research. Mr. Kaiser stated that the standard for nitrate nitrogen would be 100 parts per million for livestock consumption. Perhaps the MPCA has not done research into this. According to the Penn State Extension and the Iowa State University Extension, once you reach a level of 20 parts per million, it would be harmful to dairy cattle. Now, I tend to believe that cattle in Iowa and Pennsylvania are similar to the dairy cattle we have right here in southeastern Minnesota. So that leads me to believe that perhaps the MPCA standard is way too high, 5 times the expected level that other states have said are harmful. Now, it's true some other cattle might be able to survive 100 parts per million of nitrates. That's possible. But we're not going to be able to say, okay, this part of in Minnesota is fine for beef cattle, but not dairy cattle. We have dairy cattle in wide ranges of the state here. Now, since Minnesota has a robust dairy industry, especially here in southeastern Minnesota, the standards need to protect all kinds of cattle, not just those that are most able to consume nitrate water. It's also true that we have 1.3 million Minnesotans who drink surface water. Now, perhaps you or I don't. I drink well water here in Rochester. That's about 20% of our population of our state. The drinking water standard for water is 10 parts per million. If we're going to allow pollution up to 100 parts per million in surface waters, those waters don't just evaporate. That nitrate moves downstream. It'll move to cities that have to draw their drinking water out of surface waters. They will then have to filter that water from 100 parts per million down to 10 parts per million of nitrates. Again, huge costs. Ask the city of Hastings, Minnesota, how much they spend each year to clean nitrates out of their drinking water supply. Now, that's a slightly different case. They have nitrates in their wells, but the process is the same. You have to use a very complicated process of reverse osmosis to remove nitrates from drinking water. And that's also not an optional rule. Cities are not allowed to provide water to their citizens that do not meet drinking water standards.
Some final thoughts, Mr. Strauss?
Yep, I'll wrap it up. Thank you, Your Honor. Historically, lowering standards for clean water has never led to cleaner water. It always leads to the opposite. Because the rules are contrary to the MPCA mission, they seek to eliminate a problem by just ignoring it, and there's no evidence that weakening a standard leads to cleaner water. I'm asking you to reject the MPCA Class 3 and 4 rules changes. Thank you for your time on this important issue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strauss, for your kind and thoughtful remarks. Grateful for your contributions to our record. Mr. Bob Beranek? Rob Beranek? If you wouldn't mind unmuting your line and stating and spelling your name for our record.
All right, can you hear me, Your Honor?
We can. Thank you so much, Mr. Beranek.
Good evening, Judge Littman. My name is Rob Beranek. That's spelled R-O-B and B-E-R-A-N-E-K.
Thank you so much, Mr. Beranek. What should we know?
I'm the Director of Permitting and Regulatory Affairs for Cleveland Cliffs, and I have experience being involved in similar water quality standard rulemaking matters in several states and at the federal level with US EPA. A little bit about Cleveland Cliffs. Cliffs produces domestic flat-rolled steel and is the largest iron ore pellet producer in North America. And Cleveland Cliffs iron mining facilities in Minnesota represent the foundation of our ability to produce domestic steel and are a significant employer in northern Minnesota. Our facilities all have water discharge permits and will be impacted by this rulemaking. I wanted to add a little bit about myself. Although I'm based out of Marquette, Michigan, I get the pleasure of spending a lot of time in Minnesota, both for work and for recreation. A lot of aquatic treasures in your state. But from there, wanted to address some of the challenges ahead of you. You had some prompts for yourself at the head of the comment period this evening. One of the questions you were asking yourself is, does the agency have the legal authority to conduct this rulemaking? And, in my experience, the answer is yes. They've been granted that authority by the state legislature, and they've also been given the primacy to operate the clean water program in the state by US EPA. Also, to the question of, has the agency demonstrated the need and reasonableness for the proposed rule? I think the technical support document does an excellent job of documenting over a decade of work that PCA has put into this rulemaking. And as far as the need goes, I noted on page 11 of the sonar that PCA said that the source of the current standards was a 2-page letter without any scientific justification or supporting literature in the recommendations. So I'm personally very pleased to see the rationale that's been outlined in the technical support document. I wanted to acknowledge Pollution Control Agency for getting this rulemaking put forward during COVID. I know it's been hard. It's a lot of work and personal effort that they had to put in to get this rulemaking out, under these strange times. So I appreciate that. I want to give the Cleveland Cliffs support for the use of narrative standards, and that includes the use of the narrative translator process. In my work in Clean Water Act in many states and at the federal level, the Clean Water Act allows for the use of narrative standards. Minnesota water quality standards include other narrative standards. Most water discharge permits include narrative effluent limits, and the use of numeric translators are not required by the Clean Water Act, but have more recently been encouraged, across the United States. So I think the use of this narrative standard coupled with a narrative translator is considered right now some of the best-in-class permitting when narrative standards are being used. And I think it allows for a fit-for-purpose standard setting and then subsequent effluent limits and permits. I also want to express Cleveland Cliffs support for the proposed numeric standards in the wildlife and livestock consumptive use, that's Class 4B, and then also PCA stated support in the sonar for the use of site-specific standards where these proposed numeric standards are overprotective. During the comment period, Cliffs and others suggested that different areas of the state should have different numeric standards, but we acknowledge the difficulty that PCA pointed out in implementing that. So I think the proposal they've made is reasonable. Also want to support the proposed changes to the wetlands standards, that's classes 3D and 4C, and then also express support for the use of the narrative translator methods more broadly. And I did want to mention that we would like to see PCA adopt a policy that when future changes are made to the proposed translators, that there's a formal and transparent process for the development and then also, public comment on those translator methods. I mentioned that because I don't think it's required by rule, but I think it would be a good policy. So, Your Honor, I thank you for your time this evening and the opportunity to comment in this public hearing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bronick. Appreciate your time and contributions to our record. Ian Hedberg, and following him will be Chris Knopf. So, Mr. Hedberg, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and stating and spelling your name for our record.
Hello?
We can hear you, Mr. Hedberg. Yes, if you'd state and spell your name for our record.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to comment on these. HEDBEG. I do not speak of organization, and I am not a lobbyist. I am a lifelong resident of Minnesota, and I am here to testify as an ordinary person in the state, keeping in mind that there are ordinary folks like me who haven't even heard of this meeting. I'm sure the Pollution Control Agency has heard plenty from the interests of owners, investors, and cities, since their power makes them loud. but I believe the duty of the Pollution Control Agency is not to ensure that things are fast, convenient, and profitable for a small number of people, but rather to represent the people as a whole. Here, our license plates call this place the land of 10,000. Features the Department of Motor Vehicles could highlight about the state, it chose the water. Because water is our most precious natural resource, our most precious wealth. The Mississippi and Minnesota rivers are behind the prosperity of the Twin Cities. Lake Superior is behind the prosperity of Duluth, and our agricultural, tourism, forestry, and mining industries all depend on the abundance of fresh, clean water our state is blessed with. To contaminate that water supply is to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs, a foolish, greedy effort to see if someone can squeeze out a little more profit that only ends up destroying the foundation of our wealth. You have already heard extensive testimony about how the rule changes contaminate our water bodies. I am not an expert in pollution science, so I can't evaluate the effect of these proposed rule changes. There are many other Minnesotans who also lack the expertise to understand the ramifications of changes, many who will never know that the rules were ever changed, but who nevertheless will suffer in countless invisible ways from reduced access to clean water. I urge the court to highly the to make changes. You've also heard testimony from several cities supporting the changes on the reductions, which is an admission that these changes allow for greater contamination. So I urge the court to put wealth over mere money, water over short-term profits, and consider the effect of this action on the next 7 generations, 200 years from now. I urge the court to avoid any decisions that would harm the quality of our state's water, because we need clean water, because water is precious, far more valuable than any bump profits, far more valuable than mere convenience in mitigating regulations. We need our clean water because water is precious, and we must never forget that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hedberg. I just want to make a comment. I'm delighted that an ordinary person such as yourself took time to join and contribute to our record. I'd also make the still more important point that I'm hoping that you will do what you can to let people within your personal network, within reach of you, know about this rulemaking and know that we have an open comment period that extends through February 24. As I noted at the beginning of this hearing, you don't necessarily have to be here in order to contribute to our record. I hope you will do what you can, as well as others, to let people know about this process. With that, Mr. Hedberg.
Your Honor, I believe that we are actually on Chris Knopf. Mr. Hedberg just spoke.
Okay, so Mr. Knopf, you've been very patient. If you could state and spell your name for our record.
Sure. Good evening. Thank you. My name is Chris Knopp, and that's spelled C-H-R-I-S, and the last name is Knopp. That's K as in King, N as in Nancy, O, P as in Paul, F as in Fred. Chris Knopp.
Thank you so much, Mr. Knopp. What should we know?
Good evening. Thank you, Your Honor, for this opportunity to testify this evening. My name is Chris Knopp. I'm Executive Director of Friends of the Boundary Waters Wilderness. Friends of the Boundary Waters Wilderness is a nonprofit organization that for the last 40 years has been a leader in protecting the Boundary Waters canoe area and the broader Quetico Superior ecosystem.
And just a little slower, Mr. Knopf, for the benefit of our court reporter.
Sure. It's been a long day for the court report. I don't want to make it any tougher there for sure. And the Boundary Waters is the most visited wilderness area in the United States and a key driver to the wilderness-based economy in the northern communities that are gateways to the wilderness. The Friends has been a leader for over 40 years, as I mentioned. And in keeping with our mission, we strongly oppose the proposed rules to remove the numeric water quality standards and deregulate salts and ionic pollution. The Boundary Waters and Lake Superior watersheds would be particularly harmed by this deregulation because the Boundary Waters and the Rainy River watershed in Lake Superior would be downgraded from Class 3A and Class 3B to a new general class that would be unprotected for hardness and less protected from chlorides. They are even more vulnerable because they are high quality waters that are naturally low in chloride, hardness, sulfate, and other ionic pollutants. Sensitive ecosystems, fish, aquatic plants, and wildlife would be destroyed if these salts and conductive pollutants were deregulated. In short, these pollutants would kill aquatic life, harm human health, and remove existing protections for these critical water bodies. The boundary waters in Lake Superior belong to all Minnesotans, and limits on the discharge must be set to protect all waters, not just specific private interests. To ensure the proper protection for Minnesota's cleanest water, we join with our partners and thousands of Minnesotans from across the state to call for the following. First, reject all removal or weakening of any Class 3 and Class 4 numeric water quality standards. Second, reject a proposal that water quality violations only matter when the water is taken by a high volume appropriator. Third, reject a proposal to change to wildlife uses that protect wildlife only for watering. Fourth, protect Minnesota's wild rice by placing narrative and numeric standards for wild rice with aquatic life protection where they belong. And finally, fifth, set new stringent limits to protect clean water, fish, and health based on modern science. Protecting our clean water is one of the greatest challenges we face as a population, and deregulating pollution with pollution limits would be the exact opposite of what Minnesota needs. The boundary waters in Lake Superior must be protected. The rules should reflect this dire reality. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much, Mr. Knopf. I appreciate your kind contribution, thoughtful contribution to our record. Next, we're going to be unmuting a caller who's from the 218 area code, whose last digits in his or her phone is 09. Caller,
Your Honor, it doesn't appear that that phone number is on this call anymore.
Okay, that person, while they were in line before, has passed. Margaret Saracino? Ms. Saracino, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and stating and spelling your name for our record.
Hello, can you hear me now? Okay, great. My name is Dr. Margaret Saracino, Margaret M-A-R-G-A-R-E-T. Saracino, S as in Sam, A-R-A-C-I-N-O.
Dr. Saracino, what should we know?
I'm sorry?
I just asked, what should we know?
Oh, okay. I am a child and adolescent psychiatrist in northeastern Minnesota. And I appreciate, Judge Lippman, the opportunity to come and say my concerns about the changes that are proposed. I am a child and adolescent psychiatrist. I trained at the University of Minnesota for medical school, went to the Mayo Clinic for my psychiatry training and child fellowship. I have been treating children and adolescents for the last 25 years and have a commitment to working with children, adolescents, and families on mental health issues, treating mental health conditions, but more importantly, trying to work on preventing mental health illnesses from occurring in the first place. I appreciate the opportunity to speak regarding the concerns that I and many physician colleagues and other healthcare providers have regarding the proposed changes to water quality standards that will result in significantly more mercury being released from sediments and increased downstream mercury methylation. Methylmercury is a known neurotoxin and poses a high risk to human health, particularly the health of children, the most vulnerable in our society. And it's to that risk that I speak today. In terms of the risks to human health, and particularly children, and with any illness, prevention is safer and more effective than treating an illness, and certainly more cost effective. And it is in the spirit of prevention, again, that I say that I'm going to speak to the methylmercury and the risks to human health. So methylmercury, as I said, is a known neurotoxin. And what that means is that it is toxic to the brain and central nervous system. The timing and the amount of exposure determines the extent of the risk. The brains of fetuses that are exposed to methylmercury through a mother, a pregnant woman, eating fish with high amounts of methylmercury exposes that fetus to the methylmercury through the placenta. The blood-brain barrier is a part of our brains that protects the neurons or nerve cells from being exposed to heavy metals and neurotoxins. And in a fetus, all the way up to age 2 years, that blood-brain barrier is not well formed and does not protect those developing neurons from neurotoxins, which makes fetuses extremely at risk for the toxic effects of the methylmercury. And the little cells that are developing in the brain and multiplying rapidly take in that methylmercury in much higher amounts and is very deleterious to those neurons and can cause brain damage. Infants are also exposed through breast milk. Children are exposed through eating fish with high methylmercury content. So adults are also exposed to the neurotoxic effects of methylmercury, and this effect can cause neurodegenerative diseases, so degenerating the brain, the nerve cells. Neurodevelopmental issues are more with the children in the developing brain. And again, that's what I want to focus on today. So we know that there are various heavy metals that are exuded in mining processes. Some of those heavy metals include lead, which can cause permanent brain damage, arsenic, manganese, mercury that can go on to become methylated and become neurotoxic. And studies have shown that even minor exposures of multiple of these neurotoxins can be additive and synergistic and cause brain damage. And when I talk about neurodevelopmental disorders, what that means is obviously problems of development affecting the brain. So you might recognize diagnoses such as ADHD, autism spectrum disorder, learning disorders, language disorders, motor disorders, intellectual disabilities. Those are all consequences of exposure to neurotoxins. Studies have shown that, well, I said the synergistic effect. Neurodevelopmental disorders cause significant emotional and financial costs to families and communities. Children with these disorders may require many services such as special education, occupational and physical therapy services, speech and language therapy, and it's not uncommon, and I would almost say very common, for children with neurodevelopmental disorders to have comorbid or also have psychiatric disorders such as depression, anxiety, and behavioral disorders. These comorbid conditions add to the needs of these children, add to the stress of the individual and the family, financial and emotional. When children have more emotional problems, they might require individual therapy, family therapy, partial hospitalization, inpatient treatment if the condition becomes severe, foster placement, and residential placement. And those are all costs, again, emotional and financial, to individuals, families, and communities.
Dr. Starosino, some final thoughts?
Yes. So one other thing before I conclude is that there is a shortage of child psychiatry in northeastern Minnesota and in the nation in general. There are not enough providers to provide the care that is needed. And it is frightening to think that with the dearth of resources that we have now, should this process, if the sulfates increase and the methylmercury increases and there's more risk for neurodevelopmental disorders, we are not going to be able to meet that need. And we need to think of human health aspects of this, not only the environment, which is very profound, but also the human health aspects. So I ask to please reject the proposal of the change of rules. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Appreciate your kind and thoughtful contributions to our record. Next up is Stephanie Digby. if she could unmute her line and state and spell her name for our record. Ms. Digby?
I'm playing with the computer. My name.
Ms. Digby, we're having a little trouble with the audio. Maybe you could turn off the camera and try it?
Okay, hang on, stop video. Is that any better?
It's a lot better, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Judge Lippman, and thank you for these hearings. My name is Dr. Stephanie Digby. My doctorate is in plant biology from the University of California. I specialized in mycology. That's the study of fungi. My dissertation from the University of Rhode Island was on aquatic fungus. And what I learned affects what I am to say. Aquatic fungi are the start of the food chain, not the little insects. The aquatic fungi are an essential part of the aquatic food chain. They make leaves palatable so that the insects, the invertebrates, can eat the leaves. These fungi are hypersensitive to pollutants. They are especially hypersensitive to sulfites. And so if you kill fungi, you're damaging the food chain. These fungi are called as ascomycetes and basidiomycetes, ASCOMYCETE, and BASIDIOMYCETE.
Thank you, Dr. Digby.
When people talk about wildlife, they think about macrovertebrates. That is scientifically unsound. You have to start at the very beginning of the food chain. And if you don't, it's unscientific. And what I have heard from MPCA is unscientific. They seem to be applying the Red Queen rules. The truth is what I say it is. This agency The other problem, obviously, is mercury into the environment. The doctor spoke very clearly about the brain damage that happens. Japan knew about this in the 1950s. Are we trying to reiterate Minamata in Minnesota? Is what will happen, and unfortunately, it will be to our native populations. It will not affect the out-of-state polluters who are going to make a little bit of money from destroying our boundary waters. I cannot comprehend that MPCA has even considered it, but they seem to have forgotten what their original intent was, which was to protect rather than to just give away the state for short-term profits. Thank you, Your Honor. I will keep it brief. I will submit a lengthier comment.
We're so grateful for your time and thoughtful comments, Dr. Digby, and your willingness to put additional detail in before Wednesday, February 24. With that, we're moving on to our last commentator before our next court reporter break, John Lencheski. And after Mr. Lencheski, we're going to take a short standing break in benefit of our dutiful and hardworking court reporter. I'll talk more about the length of the recess after that. But first, let's hear from John Lencheski. Can you mute yourself? Mr. Lencheski, if you could state and spell your name for our record.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. My name is John Lencheski. That's spelled JOHNLENCZEWSKI. SKI.
What should we know, Mr. Lencheski?
Well, thank you, Your Honor. I guess, I've been listening to all this. I don't want to stand in the way of everybody's break, but it's been fascinating testimony. And I'm going to probably throw away my script a little bit here. I'll just say I'm a lifelong angler. I'm a member of Trout Unlimited. I'm testifying on their behalf on my own. I just want to point out what's at stake here. We've got about 1.5 million anglers in the state. They and hunters account for about $5.5 billion a year in economic benefit and 48,000 jobs. Just in southeastern Minnesota, just the trout fishing in southeastern Minnesota accounts for more than $890 million a year. So this is a big economic driver for the state, but it's also a big cultural, a big part of our culture. I mean, we even have a constitutional right to fish, but that we need places to do that. We need clean, fishable water in order to exercise that constitutional right. So what you probably got from a lot of the other testifiers is just frustration, real sense of frustration with Pollution Control Agency. Just to give you a little context, this originated with a petition to remove some uses from the Dark River. And in the process, the public, a lot of outcry, but the PCA realized, well, even if they achieve that, they still have to protect downstream uses under the Clean Water Act. And so there was this pesky conductivity standard that applied all the way to that Lake of the Woods. So realizing that it's hard to remove designated usage, amazingly, they decided to just remove the standard for a whole class rather than to remove those designations. So just really breathtaking, very frustrating for a lot of us who realize that, waters are waters. They have fish and bugs and people use them, and you can't really, dice up the uses so cleanly. I mean, they should be protecting all the uses of the water, not kind of doing this in a little silo. And so it's that frustration with the attempt to do this in little silos. If you look at the PCA's, the exhibit, I think is S5 in particular, but they acknowledge that increased levels of conductivity do harm aquatic life. And the reason for this class 3 and 4 rulemaking, they say, is we need to update old standards and apply the newer science. And we agree, and yet they refuse to do that, acknowledging that there is better science. In fact, they even give it to us in this guidance document. But the same rule doesn't seem to apply. I mean, so they know the science. They've actually got very good science-based standards tailored to each ecoregion of the state. So there's a separate one. There's in northeastern Minnesota, it's lower because it's less impacted. There's a higher standard in places like Wilmer. So they have the science right now. They have those numbers. They could adopt this not as some guidance, but rather take those regional benchmarks and create those as numeric standards by ecoregion. They can do that today. And the frustration of a lot of us is, why aren't you trying to protect this aquatic life? In that regard, our standards are just as outdated. And so we don't feel it is reasonable to remove the only protections for some of the waters and the aquatic life in them through this rule change. We don't think it's reasonable to not at the same time update that class 2 standard. So we have the science for it. There is just no good reason why this rulemaking could not have rolled that in. They pulled back after Dark River. They had plenty of time to take this guidance document or policy and propose it as a rule. So Ms. Cohen pointed out, this is a policy, could change tomorrow. It is not a rule. It's not a standard. And so we would urge you to reject this rulemaking packet as a whole, because it's unreasonable without taking a look at and updating that class 2 protections. So I'll leave it there. It's getting late, but thank you, Your Honor, and really appreciate the opportunity.
So grateful for your time and contributions, Mr. Lencheski. Very grateful. What I'd like to do is take our court reporter break. We would resume after the recess at precisely 7:16 because we're going to use the remaining 44 minutes that we've set aside to hear from folks. We're still not through our first round, but if you're interested in being recognized for a second round, please make a notation in the chat, and we're going to try to recognize folks for a second round of comment to the extent that that time permits. We're grateful for folks who have stuck with us, and with that, we're in recess until precisely 7:16. Our next witness will be Ricky Defoe. But as he's making his way to the microphone, I wanted to make a brief set of announcements. First of them is being that I misspoke before before the break, before we left for the intermission. The hearing was noticed to go until the last speaker wanted to be recognized, or 8:30. And so it's not, we're not concluding at 8 o'clock. If there's still folks who want to be recognized, we'll be going to 8:30. So that was an error on my part. I did also want to say that by my rough informal calculation, by folks limiting themselves to about 5 minutes, we've heard from 37 people so far. And the high water mark over the course of this hearing is that we had nearly 160 folks tuned in and participating in this hearing, which again, compared to pre-pandemic levels without the use of this special technology, I don't think that we would have had 160 people at a rulemaking hearing. And so a great tribute to people's time and attention and the promise of this technology. And again, I'm excited that folks limited themselves so that we could hear for probably an extra 20 people that we wouldn't ordinarily have heard for under other circumstances. So your brevity, your focus, your commitment and courtesies to other stakeholders is really appreciated, because we were able to include these other voices in the development of our record. Our next witness is Mr. Ricky Defoe. Mr. Defoe?
Yes, thank you, Judge Lippman. Again, my name is Ricky Defoe.
If you could state and spell your name, great. If you could spell it for us.
Ricky, R-I-C-K-Y, W, last name Defoe, D-E, capital F-E.
Thank you so much, Mr. Defoe. What should we know?
I am a Fond du Lac band member. A pipe carrier. That the particularly the Anishinaabe Nation have been here long before the state of Minnesota has been in existence. Our people, indigenous peoples, literally and metaphorically make up our flesh, blood, and bones make up the topsoil of these lands. So, and I also want to say that the United States.
I'm just wondering if you'd be willing to undo the video, just because the bandwidth is cracking up a bit. I think we could hear you clearer if you just did it that way. But we're eager to hear from you. You were saying.
Okay, I want to say Minnesota has squandered the wealth of this nation. The Ojibwe. There is country, and particularly the state, is replete with lack of consultation. Tribes, and particularly Fond du Lac as a band. We took of 1787, ratified in 1789, ordinance directs that the utmost good faith shall always be observed toward Indians, their land and property. This guarantees tribal land rights. The state of Minnesota statutes, agents of Minnesota, with the tribes also. So again, want to talk about and bring attention back on consultation with the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, to particular with Minnesota. The Pollution Control Agency is a rogue agency. Why does the agency want to avoid it? Where's the accountability? Why does the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency want to weaken Minnesota water quality standards that prevent sulfate? Let's talk Wall Rice, Mahnomen, tremendous cultural importance for us Ojibwe around the great sea of the Ojibwe. It's part of our migration story. Natural wild rice protects water quality, reduces algae blooms, and provides habitat for fish, mammals. Of water quality. Impaired wild rice is the result of increased sulfate pollution in surface waters, which also increases methyl mercury contamination of fish in Minnesota, affecting brain development in the unborn fetus, infants, and children. The 1973 wild rice sulfate standard was adopted 10 parts per million by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency and approved by the United States Environmental Protection Agency under the Clean Water Act. In 2010, the Environmental Pollution Control Minnesota Pollution Control Agency to enforce this standard. They're getting worse, not better. 4 times, 5 times worse. The band has authority to set water quality standards under the Clean Water Act. The Clean Water Act protects downstream states, which includes tribes, Fond du Lac in particular, with treatment as a state from activities causing pollution. The act also requires that permits meet the water quality standard of the downstream state, and this state, particularly Fond du Lac, as well as is located. We demand access to uncontaminated waters. Pollution Control Agency proposed mining pollution deregulation would protect polluters, not people or natural resources. The United States of America is supposed to be a nation of laws. I heard Minnesota, that nation. Let's join the tribes in doing our part. Our Mother Earth and water, salt water, we cannot drink or live by. At least 3% fresh water, 1% in the atmosphere, 1% subsurface, and 1% surface water. Of the Great Sea of the Ojibwe, Lake Superior, also known as, is 10%. So we can't or take a chance on life with water. There's 4 elements that are critical to life: earth, wind, fire, and water. After ceremony, we talk about the wind extinguished, the water has stopped flowing, and we return to strongly opposed Minnesota Pollution Control Agency's deregulation rules, which exacerbate current forms of corporate and inverted totalitarianism. So we say reject MPCA proposal. Thank you, Judge Lippman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Defoe. Appreciate your time and contributions to our record. Very, very grateful. And after Mr. Defoe, Awanakwe is our next witness. Could you unmute your line?
Your Honor, Awanakwe requested to go after Jamie Gaither. So if that's okay with you.
Okay. Yeah, for the time permitting, Awanakwe has passed. Ms. Jamie Gaither?
Thank you, Judge. My name is Jamie Gaither, Jamie-Gaither.
Thank you so much. What should we know?
A Native sister has urged me to speak, and Ian Hedberg's testimony has driven me to agree. As many of you may relate, life has been quite stressful of late, so I actually had this on the calendar for next week. However, Ian made good points about the difficulty most Minnesotans face in trying to be a part of these civic engagement processes, and I've been disturbed by some of what I've seen in this process today, to which I will speak.
Okay, so Ms. Gaither, if you could just be a little slower, mindful that Marcia is trying to keep up, okay?
Oh, thank you. First, engagement requires being plugged into the system. One thing I noticed was that I needed to secure a link today, as the initial notice of the meeting did not include it. It would be provided later, we were told. So how many wanted to be here today, but aren't, for simply missing the update or not being able to find it and giving up in frustration? Even when one is plugged in, there's difficulty with staying involved and moreover with being heard. I've had several years now as a civically engaged Minnesotan, especially with regard to working with the MPCA and other agencies charged with protecting our water and us citizens. I've written much with many scientific and media links to the dangers of our living situation here on Earth, to no avail. If a biologist from 1921 was here, he'd be shocked at the devastation of our current water situation. Yet we watched as the 2020 water plan was approved with a sole nay vote from a Native representative on the MEQB who heeded the call from another Native speaker regarding the Winters Doctrine during public comments that day. This voter took time to pause and vote no when asked about the legal precedent that required consideration. All others simply ignored their noted requirement to recognize treaty law, the highest law of the land. We've seen the approval of Line 3 without agencies following the science or the process required by Minnesota's Environmental Protection Act. I've watched as thousands of Minnesotans have spoken in opposition, dozens of them, many with strong scientific backgrounds, have struggled to get one bit of time with state agency representatives to discuss their concerns. Meanwhile, Enbridge had weekly meetings to discuss their perspectives. It's no wonder decisions continue to be made that provide ease for large corporations and misery for everyday Minnesotans. Our voices are not heard, while applicants are treated as customers coming in to buy up resources of our state, be that clean water, trees, or ground through which to run a tar sands pipeline as that industry dies. This rule change is another piece of what takes us to further devastation of our waters. These decisions are made in small failures as agencies ignore their authority and take the necessary time to do proper evaluations. They don't get input from the public, which they are not precluded from doing, but have not done, even when we have begged for inclusion in these processes. We must be satisfied with small victories, like a couple years back, again in rulemaking, where enough public outcry forced abandonment of additional pipeline industry-friendly rule changes. While I recognize Judge Littman's generous reminders throughout the day that there's a link or that there's comments that can be made, the link from the MPCA barely mentioned the comment period that will remain open after this meeting today. In fact, if you look at the notice, it's 7 paragraphs later where you find a link where you can make your comments, but no mention at that place of the deadline. I've listened to many concerns, especially those of the Native speakers today. I was most disturbed by the hurrying of Secretary Treasurer April McCormick as she was reporting from many tribal voices. And I wonder if these voices will again be ignored, if their treaty rights to clean water will be allowed, if the Executive Order 1924 that Tim Walz signed to have all agencies respect treaty rights and Native voices via consultation will continue to be ignored. I pray that these voices will be heeded and that changes that deteriorate our ability to maintain clean water will not continue as they have through all we have seen. That biologist from 1921, if he was looking today, he would be disturbed. We have seen continued degradation since that time, and it would be really nice if we could see a move in the opposite direction to where we consider the voice of those people who have allowed us to come into this land and share it with them peacefully. It's not going to be a surprise as we continue to see those voices ignored and the deterioration of our environment happen, that we're going to see more and more people standing up, as we see right now along the Enbridge corridor, where people are trying to stand for clean water as a foreign corporation comes in with a pipeline that is totally unnecessary as we face the devastation of our planet. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gaither. I just want to make a point that it's certainly my hope, my fond hope, that neither Secretary Treasurer McCormick nor you think that I wasn't pleased to have her comments. Wasn't delighted that she was part of our record. My request that she confine her comments was out of a concern that I might not be able to reach your comments later on in the evening. That was my concern. And so I'm delighted to have Secretary McCormick's contributions to this record, but I'm likewise thrilled and delighted to have your contributions to this record. And that was the balancing that I was trying to achieve. Likewise, Mr. Defoe, other members of the Anishinaabe community. I want to hear from as many voices as possible. And with that, Awonoke, if you'd like to be recognized, I'm eager to hear from you.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. There's been another person that Awonoke has requested go in front of her. And now we are getting a couple more requests here. Awonoke has requested to go last. So up now will be Renee Keyser, and then Dawn Goodwin, and then Awonoke.
Ms. Keesler?
Keyser, Renee Keyser, Reneekeezer.
Ms. Keyser, what should we know?
I am a senior at Bemidji State University. I'm majoring in environmental health and toxicology, indigenous studies, minor in indigenous sustainability studies, and Ojibwe. And one thing that I do know that with increased sulfate is that when it enters into the wetlands, that we end up with increased methylmercury, which goes into the mercury that accumulates in the fish, where we see the biomagnification in like in the eagles and other predator species. And we'll also see that affect the economics in the state of Minnesota, because the fishing is one of the big tourist attractions for the state. This might seem like a good decision for the mining, but I think that it's for the amount of copper and nickel that they're extracting from this mine, I don't think that there's no way that it's sustainable or that it's even economically feasible. I think that not only do we need to keep the standards, in place, I think we should increase the standards so that we can protect Minnesota's waters, our surface waters. We already have over 55% of the surface waters in the state of Minnesota are impaired, and we need to do something to start fixing that and not contributing to it and increasing the damage that we are already seeing. We are a huge contributor to the dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico, and we need to start taking action and start looking at what kind of environment are we leaving. What kind of environment are we living in right now? The water is now on the market, futures for the water on the market. How long until Minnesota waters, the water futures are being sold on NASDAQ? It's no longer looked at as a public good. How long till our water is on as a commodity on NASDAQ? And we need to protect this now, and decreasing standards, not economically or environmentally viable to the state of Minnesota.
Thank you so much, Ms. Keyser. Ms. Dawn Goodwin?
Bonjour. Gagayashi Kindish Kaz Gawababi Ganikagan Dunjaba. My name is Everlasting Wind, and I live here in White Earth. My English name is Dawn Goodwin. DAWNGOODWIN.
What should we know?
I'm very upset. I'm angry and disappointed in the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. We have not had proper consultation as Anishinaabe people. We're tired of not being heard. Maybe we're being heard, but we're not being listened to. You heard us loud and clear tonight that we want to protect our waters, our waters. I'm not going to repeat what everyone said. I stand by those who are standing for the water. And I'm not going to say the water. I'm going to say Nibi. Standing for Nibi. Nibi means my life. That's what that means. Without clean Nibi, we will all perish. When I was a child, I had my first lesson, 8 years old, about pollution, water pollution. I went home and asked my father. I did not know he was a biologist. I said, Dad, what are we going to do when the water's polluted? And he said, don't worry, my girl. There's a Clean Water Act. Meet you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Goodwin. Grateful for your time and thoughtful contributions to our record. Very grateful. Awanakwe? Did you want to be recognized?
Wanakwe, I have sent you the request to unmute. There you go.
Bonjour. Akawe na bin de kunjage. Bangi e te go nini tau jiboyam. Ngagi gwe jitun o jiboy moyang. Awani kwe indigo o jiboy mong. Magizi indundame. Nagachi wanang indun jaba. Deborah Topping Nij Indigenous Kaj. Bonjour, Judge. It's been an honor to sit here and listen to everybody voice their opinion, voice their truths, voice their scientific proven theories. I'm standing here before you on behalf of my future generations. The Treaty of 1826 was just 20 miles from here at the mouth of Jay Cook State Park. That was the first treaty ever written in the state of Minnesota. 1826. That's 195 years ago. At that time, our people could drink out of that St. Louis River. We could eat the fish. There was monomen growing there. I went down there the other day and there's a sign there that says you cannot no longer eat this fish. And if you have questions, call this number. I called that number. You know what? It's disconnected. It's been disconnected for the last 4 years. What does that mean when people go down to that park and they want to know more information about that? Again, we are invisible. The Treaty of 1854 is my signatory. That is why I stand here. It's exasperating that we have to do this, continually to do this, continually to beg and plead to be heard. Whereas The state of Minnesota does not have jurisdiction over us. The treaties are the supreme law of the land. In those treaties, you are to be protecting Nibby and Mahnomen. These are our family members. We are not above them. We are equal to. Because of their existence, we exist. They are not resources. They are our relatives. We're talking about a water variance. We're talking about polluting water, the water we drink. I asked Uncle Google, I said, hey, Google, what are the 2 things you can't live without? They said, water and food. What did they say? Water and food. Polluting our water is killing our Mahnomen. I eat that. I go out and I tap these trees and they give us this beautiful maple syrup. I utilize all the muskiki that we have, all that medicine. Again, it's exasperating that I have to do this, that we have to have a public comment, that we even have to have a public comment period in this day and age, talking regarding poisoning our waters. I am the 40th person that is talking. Of those 40, I've counted less than 8 that were in support of. "11 generations. We've been trying to tell you, don't poison our food, don't poison our water, because when you do that, it's genocide. And it's not only genocide upon the Anishinaabe, it's genocide to you too, Judge, to you too, Miss Court Reporter, to you too, MPCA collaborator. They're poisoning your water. Don't drink it. Don't fall for it. Miigwech for listening. Aho.
Ms. Wanakwe, thank you so much for your kind contributions. We are honored by you as you honored us with your kind and thoughtful contributions. With that, Ms. Hochstein, are we at the second round?
Your Honor, we are in fact at the second round.
Okay.
If you check your messages, you've got the list there.
I do. So thank you. Appreciate everyone's kind comments. Right now we have 4 people in the list to be recognized for a second round. Mindful that we have an adjournment of at 8:30. I guess I would like folks to try and keep to 5 to 7 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. I know there was a hope and expectation that there might be some longer time, but I do want to hear from all 4 of those folks. So with that, we'll begin with the second round with Mr. Eric Morrison. If you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself, mindful that Joe Haberman, Paula McAfee, and Mr. Kevin Strauss are in line behind you.
Your Honor, we also have 2 more people who have raised their hands here, it looks like. So it will be 6 people. Anna Marie Iliniemi, and then a phone number is after that. So we'll start. I will unmute Eric Morrison now.
Okay. And so, Mr. Morrison, we're eager to hear from you again, but mindful that there are thoughtful, clever, important people behind you. I'd be grateful for brevity and clarity from you, but I'm eager particularly to hear from you.
Thank you, Judge Lippman. I'm going to keep my comments short. I'll really emphasize the written comments. So if you'd please look for those, that would be good. I'm really impressed by you and you're letting everybody talk. And I really have been moved by a lot of the things people have said, and it's kind of hard to add to that. The thing I left off with is, what is modern and what isn't? And I think in some ways these narrative standards seem to be more modern because they're going to be allowing some different businesses that we haven't had before. And when I was speaking, I was talking about chloride ion, and removing that standard, it potentially causes downstream corrosivity. And I know that it would be really modern. For example, to grow shrimp in our state instead of shipping soy products down to the Gulf and then shipping shrimp back here. But that leaves a problem of having a 67-acre artificial ocean that has to be disposed of someplace. And it's very convenient and very modern, perhaps, to just get rid of that chloride concentration limit and conductivity, because artificial ocean would be about 50,000 microsiemens. But that's the kind of thing that's just, without getting into the technical details, is really kind of out of place with a lot of what we've been talking about today. So I'll let you go on. I just really appreciate your thoughtfulness and your patience, and your staying to the end.
No, absolutely. I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Morrison. Myself and I speak for my colleagues in this as well. We're all called to do this because we believe strongly in the wisdom of the group, and we're eager to expand the group, to engage the group, to hear from the group. It's the purposes to which we've dedicated our professional lives. But with that, I'd like to hear from Ms. Jo Haberman.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt again. I compared the phone numbers here and one of the names, and it looks like two of these people have not spoken yet. So
Okay.
if you do not object, I would like to go to Anna Marie first.
Okay.
And then, phone number 2183 something ending in 28.
So Anna Marie in the 218 area code, if you could unmute yourself.
Hello? Hello?
Yes. Is he, well, could you say and spell your name for our record? We can't hear you.
Y as in yellow, I as in ice cream, L as in lollipop, N as in nice, I as in ice cream, E as in eyeball, M as in mouse, I as in ice cream.
Yinlemi, is that how you pronounce it, Miss?
Yes.
What should we know?
Yes, thank you. I want to say that I've been involved in this process for just a short decade now. 2009, I became aware of how our standards get manipulated and changed to accommodate industry for the sake of commerce and prosperity. And since then, I have attended many, many hearings. And I feel frustrated because consistently we rally to have our voices heard and to engage in this meaningful process. And the outcome is often been a bit confusing and even disappointing. And while these permits and variances get adopted or get questioned or discussed, it becomes confusing. And then these industries move forward making claims of these processes that have been ongoing with Minnesota's high standards. And behind the scenes, these high standards are slowly getting chipped away. So it's so overwhelming that this particular hearing, I didn't even realize was the magnitude of it, what it was taking place. And so now we're living in this pandemic, which, by the way, is an indicator. It is in direct result of climate change, is this increase in viruses and pandemics. And I'm baffled. I'm so grateful for all of the people who are speaking here. And I'm a little bit concerned because I've heard some really important stuff being said. And while I see evidence that you are respectful, I also feel like this whole process is a little bit of a charade, and that there are slight micro indicators in people's reactions and responses. And the charade being that there is, it's a performance to collect this material that gets filed and put away, and when it gets commented on in the future, it's changed. If okay, I don't want to get off track, and so I apologize. It's another thing that makes me very concerned about my ability to survive into the future, and for my children's ability to survive in the future. And I wonder who is behind these needs to change all these standards, to lower these standards, and consistently it's major industry. And who is the money behind the major industry? And consistently it's multinational corporations. And who is behind these multinational corporations? But, you know, I mean, these dark forces that we never see. And, you know, nowadays we talk about war like we don't want a war, but we're in constant war. And this war, we have this invisible war. And it's like these multinational corporations are attacking us, and they're doing a brilliant job. They have us tearing ourselves apart for this perception of some kind of gain, some benefit, some monetary improvements, when really our water systems are being poisoned, and we are just a few generations from being decimated. I mean, it's just, it's so fragile. And once we cross that line, there's no going back. There's no fixing or undoing any of this. And so that's one of my great concerns. And I want to see an outcome in this process where we, the people, the citizens who have an obligation to honor our treaties that we are co-signators on, okay? These treaties that have been mentioned repeatedly, that I've heard be mentioned, it's important for us to understand that we are the other party there, and we have a responsibility to uphold those treaties. And this is how we do it. We have to say no to industry, and we have to tighten our bootstraps and say, okay, our perceptions need to shift, because these industries that we think are going to save us are actually trying to kill us. I mean, poisoning our water supply is a really easy way to conquer us. And it's effective. And we're doing it, we're helping the process along by lowering our standards. So please, give some meaning behind the statement that Minnesota has high standards. Let's raise our standards. Let's not lower them. Thank you for your time tonight. I wish everyone well. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Lemeni. Appreciate your time and contributions. Let me just make one point. This process is not a charade in any way. The reason why the legislature has an independent administrative law judge preside in these hearings is because my pay and the quality of my working conditions, my pension, all of that isn't decided by the MPCA. I'm a separate administrative agency.
Yes, and thank you for saying that, Judge. And with no disrespect intended towards you, you are not the first independent law judge that I have spoken to in this hearing format, in which people like yourself hear us and understand what we're saying, yet it gets disregarded in when being referred back to these supporters of these industry proposals. They talk about this pieces of the process as being rigorous and coming to an outcome, and it is rigorous, but we're doing it over and over again. And judges like yourselves, they hear us and they understand the truth of it, and nothing comes of it.
Well, again, won't necessarily speak as to that, but I'm saying that there's a structural protection in the independence. I don't work for industry. I don't work for the MPCA.
Certainly. Thank you. I'm sorry. I guess not all of that statement was directed at you, as it is about this bigger, broader picture, because my statements are going into a record, and the hope is that one day someone will come into this record and they will look at the details and it will have some impact and meaning. And so I'm going to thank you once again for your time to listen. There's other people that wish to speak, and I know they have important things to say.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Limeme. We have a caller from the 218 area code with the last digits 28. If you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and identifying yourself for our record.
If your phone number is 218 and ends in a 28, you should have received, there you go, we're good.
You could state and spell your name for our record.
My name is Elizabeth Jockola. That last name is spelled Jaakola.
What should we know?
Neta nagamokoy nindigenakaz magizi nindodem. Nagaji wanong nindonjaba madekoy indao. I am a member of the Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior. I am also a citizen of the state of Minnesota. I am a mother, an educator of 30 years. I have parents who have been citizens here their entire lives. I have children who I'm raising here, and I'm calling to speak about this issue about lowering the water quality standards. And I think I'm going to begin, even though I know many have spoken about the treaties, and I want to add my voice to the concerns, that when the treaties that are the supreme law of the land were signed to cede the territories that allowed Minnesota to gain statehood, we did not cede our human rights. We did not cede our water or rights to waters. We did not cede our inherent roles as keepers of the water. And as such, it's our duty to speak up to protect our waters. And we wonder how it is that the MPCA feels that it has the authority to issue permits or allow water quality standards to be lowered without consent or permission from the Anishinaabe nations who signed those treaties that allowed Minnesota to become a state. I think that it's been proven that the science is there that says that if the water quality standards are lowered, for dissolving the salts, that it will kill our wild rice and many Ojibwe medicines necessary to sustain the people and sustain our practices. And in essence, in actuality, to change the standards then is tantamount to genocide, as has already been stated a few times. And I know that you said that, many of you have dedicated your lives to, upholding the law, and that's very honorable. And we have dedicated our lives. We've dedicated our lives to our Anishinaabe Bimadaziwin. And we have dedicated many generations to being able to live here and sustain this land in order that it will sustain the people, not just Anishinaabe people, but peoples of all backgrounds. And the Fond du Lac Band has a water quality ordinance, and it has the Clean Water Act. And to read from that ordinance, it says water quantity and quality and habitat alterations that may limit the growth and propagation of or otherwise cause or contribute to an adverse effect to wild rice and other flora and fauna of cultural importance to the band shall be prohibited. Another portion of that says natural hydrologic conditions supportive of the natural biological community, including all flora and fauna and physical characteristics naturally present in the water body, shall be protected to prevent any adverse effects. We could go on and on reading, but it sums up this way. I'm here to implore you to listen to our testament, to listen to our science, to listen to natural law and tribal authority as we say you do not have our permission to lower the water quality standards. Thank you for listening to me. I will end it with that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cole. Appreciate your time, your patience and waiting, and contributions to our record. Next up is Nancy Below. Ms. Below?
Are you okay? There you are. Yes.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Bolio, Minnesota Chippewa Tribe, Leech Lake, and I just want to thank everybody for their honest testimony tonight and for giving this opportunity to speak. As mentioned before, our words continue to fall on deaf ears. We've attended hearings, meetings. We do everything that's asked of us, and we do that in a good way, and we always show up with good intentions. And yet, our right to exist still continues to be unheard. And I want to remind this agency that is charged with protecting our waters that you, as an agency, have a treaty obligation. And that obligation is everyone's obligation. If your home, your land, your business, whatever it be, is on this land, you too have a treaty obligation. And I want to use the word obligation because when we use the term responsibility, people sometimes choose not to take responsibility. But under the treaties, and I'll just say it in black and white, 1, treaties were intended for us to live as good neighbors. 2, to be good stewards of the earth. And our people signed those treaties to preserve our way of life. And under those treaties, we never surrendered our right to the water, to hunt, fish, and gather. And yet, those treaties have never been honored to this day. Currently, Governor Walz's administration has the Executive Order 1924 for the government-to-government relationship. And I know this agency sits at the table at the Minnesota Indian Affairs Council. And in that meeting space, there should be some meaningful conversation. But yet, attending the Minnesota Chippewa Tribal Executive Committee just last Friday in Fond du Lac, I was disheartened to hear that the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency hasn't consulted Minnesota Chippewa Tribe in lowering the standards. So I don't understand what it takes for this agency and other agencies like the DNR to understand they have an obligation to uphold the treaties. there's a misconception that these treaties only belong to us, but then again, I'm going to remind you that your forefathers signed those with our ancestors, and they're very much alive today as the day they were signed. And we see with the Biden administration as well, he wants to work on this government-to-government relation. And I'm very pleased to have Ms. Holland be nominated for the Interior Secretary, because without people in these, our people in these types of positions, I think will continue to get ignored. So there's a lot of work to do right now. And I suggest this agency uphold their treaty obligation, honor the Executive Order 1924 under the Walsh administration, and do what's right. This water is sacred to our people, and it's sacred to all living things. And currently right now, Minnesota is having some issues with the forever chemical. There's so many unknowns. We have Line 3 shoved down our throats right now because we know, again, this agency has failed White Earth, Red Lake, and Mille Lacs. To shove this pipeline down our throat during a pandemic exasperates climate change and COVID-19. It also brings deadly man camps to our communities. But yet, it seems like through this agency and other agencies here in Minnesota, it just seems that brown lives don't matter. Native lives do matter. And we're here to testify that your rule change is an attack on our culture, it's an attack on our sovereignty, and it's an attack on our self-determination. So I urge the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency to uphold the treaty obligations because, one, they're not only violating the Clean Water Act, you also must consider the Winters Doctrine of 1908, which guarantees clean water on around reservations. And it's really, really sad to put science at the forefront of how safe it is to damage the future, because there are flaws in the system. Just currently last week here in Beltrami County, Enbridge was on their corridor right by the Lake Irvin off the Mississippi there. There was an integrity issue with the coating on the pipe. And that's one reason why we don't put pipes in mines by our fresh drinking water. And regardless of what the science says, you must remember, you all took an oath to uphold the United States Constitution. And you must re-examine Article 6, which states treaties are supreme law of the land. So with that being said, sovereignty will always supersede science. And this agency must learn how to make good, sound decisions that protect the people of Minnesota and tribal nations. It is not in your power to violate our basic right to life, and for protecting all living things. That's what you're charged with, DNR. But yet we see corporate power come in and get their way. And they get that by lobbying people and lowering the standards.
Ms. Bolio, some final thoughts?
Yes, I would want this agency to consider their obligation to the treaty. Again, we never ceded our right to hunt, fish, and gather, nor did we ever give up our right to protect the waters. The state hijacked jurisdiction over our waterways, and we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that agencies like this will hear us out. Miigwech.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bolio. I appreciate your time and very thoughtful contributions to our record. In the second round, we have three folks that have asked for recognition. Ms. Maccabee of Water Legacy, Mr. Strauss, and Secretary Treasurer McCormick have asked for recognitions. We've got about 19 minutes left in our hearing. So I'd really like to, if we could, get to Secretary McCormick's remarks again. Ms. Maccabee, if, can you try a 5-minute segment? Same thing with Mr. Strauss, and then we could certainly hear from Treasurer McCormick. Ms. Maccabee?
There we go. Your Honor, I'm going to be very brief. I will address the questions that I don't think can be done in writing, and then the rest I will submit in writing. I would just ask that you would request that the PCA give us the answers by next Friday, because some of them will influence our ability to write written comments. The first two questions are issues where I think the sonar is incorrect and an errata needs to be filed. And the first one is pertains to the Boundary Water area, Canoe Area Wilderness and Voyageurs National Park. Because on pages 69 and 70, the sonar states the current rule 7050-0430, which states that all unlisted streams and lakes in the BWCAW is Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness, and in Voyageurs National Park are Class B waters. And it seems from the text that the PCA is suggesting that this is a mistake and this was done by accident, and BWCAW and Voyageurs are really Class C waters. So is that what the MPCA is actually saying in those pages of the sonar, or have I misinterpreted them? I wonder if there's someone from the PCA who could respond. Is it possible to have answers to questions here? Because if not, then this isn't going to work.
So how the rules of the game are that you can certainly propound the questions. The agency can take them under advisement. I don't know if Mr. Steyer wants to answer them here or in writing. But it is an important question.
Judge Lippman, this is Jean Coleman from PCA, and given the time that is remaining and the detail of the question and the number of people still interested in speaking, I can say that we will absolutely respond to the question in writing during the post-hearing comment period.
What I would like then is I can't write comments without knowing these answers. So if we could just have a commitment from the PCA to give answers in writing, I think by middle of next week, that would be fine. It doesn't have to be done tomorrow. And then I'll submit everything in writing, because that will, I think, allow people to have a chance to speak to the judge. And then, Your Honor, you'll get answers to the questions too. I'll just go over, I have questions that there is an error regarding the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. There seems to be an error about the wild rice rule. And then there are just some questions for clarification, and I will just submit them tomorrow and then ask that if the PCA could commit to a date by which I would get the written answers, that would be great. And then I can let other people speak.
Grateful for your time and contributions, Counselor. Okay, if we...
Could we get a commitment first, Your Honor, as to when they're going to get us a response, a date?
Okay, so the minimum is that by the first comment period, but I'm sure that you can have a conversation with Ms. Coleman to see if that timeline couldn't be speeded up. But the process in the statute is that we have a public hearing, and then there are replies to the things that are raised in the first comments. That might not be ideal, and you've given a really good reason why you'd like to hear sooner.
No, sir. Sir, the process in the law is that the people get a chance to ask questions of the agency. And here's something as important as whether all these rules are just by accident or whether they actually classify waters as class 3A and B. There are a number of things these are things that we should be able to ask a question and get it answered, because we can't write comments where we don't know the answers. And that's why the law, both the statute and the rules, allows us to ask questions. So I'm happy to say that we don't need to sit and wait for them to dig up answers now, but it is not consistent with the rules, because if the rules meant you get your answers after you have to put in comments, then they wouldn't have said you couldn't ask during the hearing.
Well, I think it contemplates a situation where there's a very complicated question that's asked during a hearing that might take some time to develop an answer. And your question might be such a question. I don't know.
Well, in respect to the other people who are testifying, I'm willing to put the questions in writing, but it does not seem respectful to me to say you won't get answers to them until the comment period is over, because that would mean that the 10 or 11,000 people who are my supporters and are counting on me would have comments that are in error or incorrect because the answer would come too late. So all I'm asking is a commitment to the time in which I will get the answer, and saying it will come by the end of the comment period is not going to give us a chance to make any kind of comments in response.
I think what Part 1400 contemplates is a response in the comment period, and then your rebuttal 5 business days later as to why that's not true, why that's insufficient, why that's crazy, why that's whatever. To the extent that we could do that by you talking and stakeholder relations with the agency sooner rather than later, I think that's great. But the current process is the current process. With regret, Councilor, I'm going to move on to Mr. Strauss. Thank you kindly for your contributions. Mr. Strauss?
Thank you, Judge Lippman. I just want to take a moment to realize and help us all realize that we are having a hearing ostensibly to encourage a state agency, the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, to do its job. That's amazing to me. These are state agencies who have a job to do. They're supposed to do it in a certain way, protecting clean water. And because they appear to be taking actions that will make more pollution happen, we have to have a hearing to encourage them to do their job. That being said, the real issue here is who should pay to clean up river and lake pollution. In Rochester, like many cities, we have a rule that says you have to clean up after your dog. The reason we do this is because we believe it's the dog owner, not taxpayers, who should have to clean up dog droppings on our sidewalks and streets. Imagine how many piles of dog droppings we'd see if we didn't require dog owners to clean up their own messes. Yet right now, the rule being proposed here is doing exactly that. It's saying that Minnesota taxpayers should pay to clean up pollution from the taconite and copper nickel industries. Now, we've seen this before. Of course, industries are going to lobby and spend lots of money encouraging that taxpayers pay the bill for their work. That totally makes sense. Every industry would love to have taxpayers give them money or not make them pay for the cost of their industry. That totally makes sense for business. What doesn't make sense is that the MPCA is going along with it. The MPCA appears in some cases here to have been captured by the industry they're supposed to regulate. That would be kind of like bank robbers having control and being able to lobby the police about rules. The MPCA sonar goes into great depth. It's very in-depth. I enjoyed reading it about the costs of the taconite industry to clean up their wastewater. And there is a cost. Everyone agrees there's a cost. Unfortunately, the MPCA omitted any information about the cost to taxpayers to clean up the increased pollution from this new rule. You'd think you'd have both pieces of information, not just focus on the industry costs, but also on the cost to taxpayers, because when pollution happens in Minnesota, in the end, it's either the corporations that cause the pollution or taxpayers who clean it up. There's not another source of funds there. By adopting the new rules, the MPCA and companies like Cleveland Cliffs are asking us to clean up their mess. Now, perhaps there's a reason we should subsidize multi-million-dollar multinational corporations. I'd love to hear that reason. And if they wanted us to give them a government handout, they're welcome to make the case. They can lobby our politicians like they do right now and say we should give them X number of dollars. But that's not what they're doing here. They're trying to change rules to reduce a cost for them to do business. And maybe that's okay. But we can't take that big step until we know what the cost is going to be. And so by the MPCA omitting information about possible downstream costs for this increased pollution, the documents provided are not sufficient. Now, you could say, okay, it would take too long for the MPCA to make those estimates. It's not reasonable. They spent a whole lot of time estimating the costs to the taconite industry. They could have spent the same amount of time and gotten great information about potential costs of this rule to taxpayers. They chose not to do that. Perhaps they weren't required, but they chose not to do that. In effect, we're asking for the industry we're asking to socialize the cost of this pollution by charging us taxpayers and not private industry to clean up their mess. Now, why is that a bad thing? Because costs are the only thing industry deals with. That's the only thing they respond to. So by taking away the cost of cleaning up their pollution, they have no incentive to innovate. They have no incentive to use new technology to solve this problem because they decided, oh, Minnesota taxpayers, they'll pay for it. So there's a real harm to cleaning up an industry's pollution. We're asking you, many people here are asking you to reject the proposed rule changes. They're not reasonable. They're not even complete in terms of the costs and the impacts. They're not supported by the science. The MPCA's own science says that this will lead to more pollution, and that's what they're supposed to prevent. And they'll require Minnesota taxpayers, you and me, to pay to clean up mining pollution. In effect, they're saying you don't have to clean up your own mess. We'll clean it up for you. We've seen what happened before. We have huge pollution problems we're still cleaning up because we allowed industry to give us the cost for their pollution. I don't think we should do that again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're now going to turn to Secretary McCormick, and I'm going to give her the remaining 8 minutes to the bottom of the hour. Secretary McCormick, thank you for your kindness in hanging on. We're eager to hear from you.
These remarks continue from the remarks I made earlier, and a special thank you, Your Honor, to continue. The agency simply refused to either acknowledge or conduct an analysis of the potential of this rule change to result in an impairment or degradation of wild rice waters. Impacts from this proposed rulemaking is part of a long and ugly history, a history that we had hoped this administration would put behind us. Our hope is much diminished when tribes see the dismissal of our concerns, or that despite many requests, MPCA has only studied impacts of the proposed change to Class 4 agricultural waters by doing such things as reviewing the use of those waters for sustaining cultivated agricultural products like strawberries, corn, soybeans, and hay. MPCA singled out for exclusion from its review of the waters that sustain our sacred and wild food. This exclusion also means that MPCA did not consider the impacts of these proposed rule changes on the Native people who rely on wild rice to survive. But as MPCA ignored the potential impacts on Class 2 aquatic life use. MPCA refused to study the potential impacts on benthic invertebrates. These are aquatic insects, which are very sensitive to salts. If you increase chloride and other limits to upstream Class 3 and 4 waters, it could kill aquatic insects. This would also kill the trout that eat those insects downstream in Class 2B waters. And again, the loss of that fish habitat means a disparate impact on Native people who eat more of that fish. But MPCA did no analysis of that impact. Despite purporting to respond to and consider tribal comments, in fact, the sonar goes out of its way to claim that it is doing just that. MPCA has effectively refused to consider the impacts of its rulemaking on Native people. In addition, reviewing wild rice waters, the agency has not followed its own environmental justice framework. The MPCA's environmental justice map doesn't even show wild rice waters. It fails to analyze impacts on treaty. Treaty resources must be protected by our state and federal agencies because they are usufructuary rights, property rights, guaranteed into perpetuity by treaties signed between tribes and the federal government. Tribal citizens have a distinct socio-political status as members of their tribe, and we are uniquely distinct from any other category or group who may comment on this issue today. When I describe these usufructuary rights guaranteed into perpetuity, I mean that the waters must be clean enough for humans to drink, the fish must be safe to consume, and the sensitive aquatic life, monomen, the scene, and the ecosystem that supports it must remain sustainable for future generations of tribal citizens. The fact is, clean water is clean water. MPCA Thonar says it hopes that it can develop a collaborative process to address tribal concerns over wild rice, as if tribes hadn't been at the table already for years, presenting these same positions administration after administration. I must say that it is historic and an extreme honor that I have been authorized by the Anishinaabe and Dakota tribes. I'll list them again: Bois Forte Band of Chippewa, Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior Chippewa, Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe, Lower Sioux Indian Community, Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe, the Minnesota Chippewa Tribe, Prairie Island Indian Community, Red Lake Nation, Shakopee Mdewakanton Sioux Community, and White Earth Nation. These and other tribes may also offer separate comments today, and we will also submit these additional written comments after the hearing. Again, for all these reasons, we as tribal leaders, tribal citizens, and Minnesotans ask you to disapprove of MPCA's Class 3 and 4 rules in their entirety. Aye, and thank you.
Thank you kindly, Secretary McCormick. You do great credit to not only your band, but also the tribes that you represent today. So we're very grateful for your time and particularly thoughtful contributions to our record. I want to say just generally about the comment process. I think that the many stakeholders that we've heard from today show that we can talk about really complicated and important scientific issues. We can talk about things which are controversial in our communities and as to which we have genuine disagreements, and do so respectfully with respect to other folks, and also that we can enliven and enrich the record upon which decisions are made by understanding the deep, individualized, and personalized impact of these policymaking decisions, not as a macro matter, but as to individual citizens who took time out of their day to participate in this process. Chapter 14, our Minnesota Administrative Procedures Act, understands that that some of these processes can be challenging and difficult, not only for individual citizens, but also for the agencies. But it does so with a particular method in mind. The preambulatory phrases again say that it's their expectation, the legislature's expectation, that if we do policy making in this way, as difficult as it is, we will have better substantive results in the everyday conduct of state government by doing it this way. I think as charged and sometimes difficult as this particular hearing has been, it absolutely fulfills that promise. We will have a better set of substantive decisions than if we didn't hear from the many people who chose to speak tonight and develop our record. The key important reminders is that we're not at all done. There's more that needs to be said and more that needs to be discussed, more that needs to be analyzed, and the initial comments on that must be received by 4:30 p.m. on February 24th, 2021. That's a Wednesday. Wednesday, 4:30 p.m. on February 24th, 2021. And after that, there'll be a 5 business day rebuttal comment period that will end on 4:30 p.m. on the following Wednesday, March 3rd, 2021. Really very helpful if you use in your comments, your written comments, the docket number, which is 8-9003-37102. Also really handy if you can refer to the reviser number, which is 4335. That will make sure that your comment, in addition to being timely received, will be routed to the exact right inbox. I'm very grateful for everyone's kindnesses and courtesies to each other, and your kindnesses and courtesies to me. I can't wait to read and consider your submissions during the comment period. With that, you have my very grateful thanks, and we are adjourned.